clear that it must begin.
Hey everybody, first off, can you hear me? Is my microphone working? And thank you, Celeste. Hello. Hey, Copper Lily. I'm glad you like the music. That is yet another banger by our friend Crispy Nugget. Hey Nino, good to see you again. How are ya? Hey Mashuka. Alright, we're gonna get started here in about 30 seconds. We got a whole new setup, whole new vibe. Hey Alpha, yeah, brand new setup. We're on Streamlabs, baby. We'll see how it goes. Alrighty, folks, it helps if I unmute my microphone. There we go. Alright, so looks like I can see you. I can still see chat, cool. Can you all still hear me and see me okay? Hope my audio volume is alright. Thank you, Celeste. Alright, cool. Thanks, Copper Lily. Okay, yes, we are on Streamlabs now, so it's gonna take some getting used to on my part. For the last 2 years, I've been using Twitch Studio, and Twitch decided that they just didn't want to make that a thing anymore, and so they discontinued the product entirely. So I've spent the last week or so frantically switching over to Streamlabs, and yeah, here we are. We're on Streamlabs now. So I'm going to be a little bit slower with the scene transitions and switching things around and that kind of thing. Just be patient with me as I completely, remap all my mental models and get used to this new piece of software. So I'm sure it'll work out. Hey, Toby, good to see you. How are you? Okay, good. And I see chat is popping up on screen there. Not sure if I like the chat background or not, but I do like this new overlay that I found. I don't know if you noticed, but the transition's got a cool little wolf motif on it, so I'm all keen on that. And yeah, I'm going to be continually making updates to the overlays and things like that. A couple things I still need to do is, as I mentioned, my new intro music. I have new break music too. My new intro music is by our good friend Crispy Nugget. And so I need to add the appropriate credits for him on the screen, as well as his social handle. So we just want to give him a shout out. Actually, I'm going to just give him a quick shout out in chat here. See if I can do that. Hey, there we go. Perfect. Yeah, give Crispy Nugget a follow if you would. They're a fantastic composer, and like I said, they composed all the music for basically all the music I ever use on stream. And so, show them some love. They allowed me to use their music for free. and I was very grateful to do so because they got some really great songs. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Tobadelius. Thank you for testing my alerts. Also, do anybody watching, do let me know if there's any issues with sound or audio, if audio levels are messed up in any way, because I've had to, redo everything. So just shout it out at any point if something sounds weird or isn't working or is too loud or too soft, because I have a hard time telling from my vantage point. So appreciate any feedback on that. Or if anything looks weird in the UI or, whatever, just let me know, because you guys are my guinea pigs this round. So I hope everybody's having a good weekend so far. I am. It's pretty warm here where I am, so it's a good day to be inside and streaming. And what we're going to be working on today, aside from testing my new setup here, is we are going to be preparing for a client demo. So a few weeks ago, we built this cemetery plot search, which allows people to put in information about a loved one or an acquaintance or whatever, and look up their cemetery record in a local cemetery near me. And this is actually going to be used in a museum. I volunteer at a local museum on the weekends, and it's right next to a cemetery. So we have folks that come into the museum hoping to get some direction on where to look in this very large cemetery. And we have a big old binder, but it's a big old binder. It's a paper binder where you have to look for your loved one by, flipping through all the pages, and it takes a long time, and the text is really small. So a lot of the folks that we get coming into the museum are older folks, and so it's hard for them to look through there and read the really small text and find their loved one. So I decided I wanted to build an application that would allow you to just search by last name, first name, birth year, death year, whatever information you have, and then that would help you locate the actual burial plot where the person is buried. So a few weeks ago we oh, I got to turn on closed captions. Hang on, I'll do that in just a second. Hey, Kerman, welcome. So yeah, a few weeks ago, we actually built that app on Stream. At the time I was using a sample data set just based on the paper records that I had. And the structure of that data set was slightly different than the actual data set. Once I actually got like the digital Excel sheets that the paper records were built from, the structure of that was slightly different than the sample version that we made. So I figured for sort of a low stakes kind of a thing to do this week, considering the uncertainty of my entire setup at the moment, I figured we could refactor the application that we built a couple weeks ago to match the new structure of the actual data set that I've been given for this project. And it gives us a little more exposure to, if you've not had a lot of exposure to SQL databases before and SQL tables, we're going to explore a little bit about how, like, what goes into making a table, and then how do we query that table to get the records back into our application. What do we need to be careful of when we are building out a table, and how do we, refactor this existing code, which is working off a table with a specific structure? How do we refactor it to then use a table with a slightly different structure and still get back all the fields that we need? So that's what we're going to do this week. And I'm going to hydrate real quick. But before we go any further, I am going to turn on closed captioning. So as always, if you want or need closed captions, once I turn them on, I will tell you how to connect. All right, closed captions should be running now. So if you want or need closed captions, you can hover your mouse over the right side there, over the right side of your window, and you should see a closed caption icon appear. If you click that, you'll start seeing automated generated captions at the bottom of the window transcribing what I'm saying. So if that's helpful to you, feel free to turn that on. All right, so what is this application? If you weren't on the stream a few weeks ago, I'll just do a quick overview of how this application works. So I'll pull it over here. It's a very simple application visually, and that's on purpose because this application is going to be in a public space. Hey, Mark, good to see you. Thanks. We're back, baby. We're on Streamlabs. Let's go. So far, things seem to be working okay, which I'm very happy about. But yeah, good to see you again. Yeah, so this application is going to be in sort of just a kiosk at the museum. Now I may do things like, center the text a little bit more, add a little bit more of padding on here, but the idea is that it should not be visually complex, because a lot of the folks that we get, coming into the museum are older folks. They don't want a lot of complexity in the application. We want to make things simple. Also, a lot of the volunteers that are going to be running this application are also older and less comfortable with technology. So the simpler the application can be, the better. And so at the basic level, this is basically a search application, and I'll give you a quick sort of disclaimer about the data. So what the data that I have loaded into this application right now in the SQL database behind here is actually real data. However, I have anonymized the data by essentially blanking out the last names. I've put them all to the value of X. So you won't see any real full names in this data. It will all be a first name and then just the last name X. So I'm not going to search for last name. We'll search for first name. I'm going to search for, we'll do Mary. That's a pretty common first name. Search. Yeah. So when I do that, we can see that what I get back is basically every first name in the data. There's a lot of Marys. This makes sense, right? Every first name and then all the data we have on that person, along with a unique ID value. So, and you can see here, all the last names are all marked as X, which is deliberate. In the real data, they are real last names. But yeah, we have a variety of fields here, basically all the identifying information we have on each person that's buried in this cemetery. And we also have like their birth year, death year, their age, and then their location. And then we also have some information on whether or not they're a veteran. And that's just a simple text field. Sometimes it's yes, sometimes it's like sometimes it's like what war they fought in or that kind of thing. And then on the right, which you can't see because it's behind my chat box, let me move this over a little bit. See, there we go. Over here we have whether or not there's any notes associated with them, and then if they were moved from another cemetery or if they were moved to another cemetery. So the only field I really didn't talk about here yet is this field right here. This is just a numeric ID value. Now, why do you think we might need an ID value for this data? If we're thinking like a data professional, why do you think we might need an ID value for this data? Excuse me. When we're dealing with databases, why do we generally need or use ID values? To be unique? Yeah. Why might we want to be unique? Why do we care? Or why might we care? Yeah, in this case, KR, yeah. So they need a unique code no matter if it's the same name. Yeah. And in the case of, let's say that, let's see here. How about like this person here, right here, this person right here, and then this person maybe right here. Let's say that they both had the last name Smith, which I mean was pretty common, especially back in olden times when most people had biblical names. You could have two people with the first name Mary and the last name Smith. And so how do you tell them apart? Well, you can maybe tell them apart by the combination of first name, last name, and death year, maybe, or birth year. But the more fields you concatenate, the harder it gets to, to tell, like, okay, what is truly uniquely identifying this person? And so that's why often in databases, you'll find that we just assign a numeric ID instead, or an ID that's numeric, but it's somehow derived from the fields. So you'll see sometimes we even use like a cryptographic hash based on all the fields in the row or things like that. And so if I wanted to specifically pull back the record of the Mary with the maiden name Sealer, who was born in 1867, versus the Mary with the maiden name Sweet, who was born in 1923, I could use this ID value to query that information, and I would know I'm always getting that specific Mary. So this ID value is all unique. There are no two identical ID values in this table. And so in terms of that, in terms of a SQL database, what would we call that when we have a unique value that uniquely identifies only, like one unique value can only ever be tied to one unique record in a particular table? Does anybody know the term for that if we're talking SQL? Or if we're talking relational databases, I should say. Yeah, exactly. It's a primary key. So if you hear the term primary key, what that means is it's the unique identifier that is always attached to one unique record at a time in a particular table. Now, a primary key doesn't always have to be one field. I was going to say normalized. No, in this case, the specific term for that unique identifier is the primary key. Now, the primary key doesn't always have to be just one field. Sometimes you'll see that the primary key is multiple fields. But in this case, it's just a singular field with this numeric ID value. So I'm going to go over to Supabase here real quick just to look at this table. And then we'll go back to the application in a minute. Maybe. Yeah, it can be a composite primary key of multiple fields. Oh, come on, Supabase. You gonna load my tables? What are you doing? Maybe. We'll see if Supabase decides to cooperate. Copperlily says mine was doing the same thing earlier. Okay, that's interesting. Maybe Supabase is having an outage right now. It still luckily, I mean, my application still works. So like queries seem to be working, or hits to their system seem to be working at least. So that's good. That'd be real awkward if I couldn't even make the app work. All right. Okay, fun. I guess we won't look at the table right now because Supabase is being squirrely. I wonder, let me see if I can do a SQL query. It's going to let me do that. Okay, interesting. So I'm going to do a quick select here. We'll just do a little bit of raw SQL. So I'm going to do a quick select star from my table. Registry. We'll just see if that works. Okay. Super cool. Nice. Supabase appears to be down. That's perfect timing, Supabase. Thank you. All right. Well, let's see if the app still works. We can go back to that. Never mind what I was going to do. Okay. Well, that's fine. All I was going to show you is how you can tell, if you're looking at a table, how you can tell what the primary key is. And another important thing about the primary key too is that there's a couple limitations when you identify something as a primary key. There's a couple things that you can't do. So number one is that if you identify a field as a primary key, it can't be null. So if we recall, I think we've talked about this a couple of times before. Null means that basically null is when a field has no value, which is different from an empty string or a zero or whatever, or a like a blank or space. So null means literally no value at all. So I like to describe it as, if you're thinking about like toilet paper on a roll in the bathroom. So toilet paper on the dispenser in the bathroom is a populated field like this. A roll with no toilet paper on it, just the cardboard tube, is like a 0 or a empty string. But then no tube at all is basically null. And so primary keys can't be null because null is not unique. So you have to have it populated, and oftentimes you can't even modify the primary key either because there's a potential there to make it non-unique. So the most common mistake that I see folks make when they're first getting into SQL is they attempt to, update a record or something like that, or they attempt to insert a record into their table, and they forget to generate a value for the primary key, and it gives them an error because your primary key can't be null. Primary key value can't be null. So especially if you're dealing with like user submitted data. So just need to be careful about that you're always making a unique entry for your primary key. Okay, so basically in its basic function, your table came back. Oh, okay, let's try again. Thanks for looking at that. Hey, there we go. We're back, baby. Cool. So you can see I have 2 tables here. So the nice thing about relational databases is that, like, for example, this is basically my database here. So this is my database environment. And then in here, I have 2 tables. This first table is the one that we worked on last time with the sort of the sample data before I actually had the real data that I was using for this application. This one is my real data. So we'll pop in here. Again, with this field here blanked out for now. I'll put it back after the stream. But yeah, we can see all my fields here, and this little key icon here signifies the primary key. Now, another thing you'll notice is that at the top here, next to the name of each field, we've got these little identifiers. So does anybody know what these are signifying? So next to each field, it has a little secondary identifier. Does anybody know what these are signifying? Yeah, Mashuka, it's the data type. Exactly. Yeah, because unlike something like MongoDB, relational databases, SQL databases are strict as far as data types. So what you put in, oh, thank you so much for the follow, Viventiel. Good to have you here. So unlike MongoDB, which is pretty much anything goes unless you set up a template, on your app side of things, MongoDB doesn't care what you put in every field. You can structure your documents however the heck you want in the same collection. But unlike that, SQL is typed basically at the table level. So when you create a table, you declare a explicit type for each field, and it's going to be strict about that. So if you try to, let's say, enter I'll give you a real example. When I was setting up this age field at first, originally I had it classified as an integer, which is, a round number, because I was thinking, well, ages, they're integers, so I'm going to declare this as an int. Yes, and I will get back to that. I'll get back to that in just a second, Mohammed. There is a difference there, but yes, we can do that, but there is a bit of a difference there. But yeah, so when I was originally declaring this table, I set age as a number. I thought, okay, yeah, it makes sense. But what I didn't realize is, let's see if I can, actually, I'm going to go, I don't want to pull up the original spreadsheet, but see if I can find an example. Roby says Supabase is Postgres. Yes, it is. See if I can see an example here real quick. Well, here, let me do this. And I'm gonna find this, see if I can find this person. Yeah, there we go. So we'll go back to the app here. Probably gonna be a lot of Susans too. Um, oh, let's see. First name was Susan, and I believe it was 1944. Yeah, there we go. So this person, age was actually marked as infant here. So the issue with classifying that field, the age field, as an integer originally, when I tried to put my data into that table, I got an error on that specific record. And there were a few others like that too. I got an error on that record because it wouldn't even let me write the data to the table because that was text and I was trying to put it into an integer field. So if you're coming from the JavaScript world, might be something that's a little bit unfamiliar. Now, if you're familiar with TypeScript, this is going to be a little bit more comfortable for you. But if you're not, and you're just used to coming from JavaScript and MongoDB, where everything's pretty loosey-goosey, this might be a little bit, unfamiliar. So when you are first declaring your table, you need to be very careful about the type that you're specifying. And so I actually had to put age as text in order for it to allow me to put both numbers and text values into the field. Mohammed said, so SQL is safely typed. I would say it's strict as far as typing goes. So when you're doing queries, you can be a little bit more flexible. It can be a little bit more intelligent, kind of like JavaScript. It can do some implicit comparisons between types sometimes. But when you're, as far as like what you're putting in a particular column, it's going to be strict about that every time. But Mohammed's question was earlier, they said, yes, and you can cast values too, but that's an extra step you have to take, right? So you can do that, you can cast, yes, but it's not going to, it's you have to do that. It's not going to happen automatically. And it's kind of the similar answer to Mohammed's question too. They said, well, but we specify schema in MongoDB. So talking about, you can just do whatever you want in MongoDB. They said, well, we specify schema in MongoDB too, like username string. So Mohammed, I'm going to ask you, when we specify a schema, where do we do that? When we specify a schema, where do we do it? Where does that happen? They said in the schema file in JS, yeah, it's at the application level. It's at the application level. So it doesn't happen at the database level in MongoDB. That's something extra, an extra layer that you, as the application developer, are adding on top in your application locally. So that doesn't guarantee that if somebody else had access to your MongoDB database, they could just do whatever the heck they wanted. They don't have to go through your schema because it's in your application. So, and this is all, personal opinion, but in my opinion, using a relational database is going to give you basically, it's true. It's going to give you control over typing of each of your fields at the database level, and it just gives, in my opinion, it gives you more control in general, and you're going to have better curated data because you're doing that at the table level inside the database rather than the application. So no matter how many applications are accessing your data, they're all going to have to follow the rules no matter what, and you don't have to do it in your application. It's already done. Mohammed said, so in SQL, you specify the types in the software of the SQL, not the coding files. Yeah, it's in the database right here. So that's what we've done here. We're in the database right now. We're in Supabase, which is storing my data just like MongoDB would. But the typing is already set on each field. So no matter what application I'm using, if I try to write a text value to the death year field, it's not going to work. Yeah. And we can see that information if we go over here to the SQL editor as well. I'm going to try to run this query again. It should work now. Yeah. So I just did a select star here, and I can see, all the data that's in my table. But what if I want to know information about the table itself or the columns in that table? So I can do that as well. I think I already have a column. I think I already have a query for that. Let's see. Let's do this one. I'll modify it. Hey, Interplanet, good to see you. So we can even get information about the columns themselves in a table. And I'll just do a select star on this rather than the data in the table. Yeah. So here we can see that in my grave registry table, I've got my column names and I can see the data type for each field. So you can see they're already set, right? Text, integer. I only have text and integers in this one. I might add like a created date or modified date field as well. But for now, at minimum, I just have these values. So all this data is already set before I even interfaced with this or hooked any applications up to it. So I hope that makes sense. Like I say, it's a little bit different if you're coming from a pure JavaScript background. Having this kind of strict typing requirements ahead of time is not something that's probably entirely familiar. So just out of curiosity, does anybody know what it's called when we store data about not the actual when we have data that's not about just the actual data in the table, but it's data about the table itself? Does anybody know what that's called? There's a word for that. Yeah, it's called metadata. So if you ever hear the word metadata, hey Cosmo, welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. Yeah, it's exactly, that's called metadata. So if you ever hear somebody say that word and you're not sure what it means, that's essentially it. It's data about the structure that's holding the data. So in this case, our metadata is about the actual columns in the table, like things about their data types and stuff like that, not about the actual records in the table. I think that's pretty much all the interesting stuff that's in here. Yeah. All right, so back to the application. We've kind of covered the basic search function of this. But yeah, we can search on pretty much any one of these fields. We could also just do a wide open search and just search all the records in the table. But preferably, you'd want to fill in at least one of these values, so we could see, death year like 1950, and get back everybody who died in 1950. And this application also allows for a wildcard search. And what that means is it will allow for, T Hicks, thank you so much for the follow. Sorry, I didn't see that. I didn't see the alert. Thank you for the follow, T Hicks. Good to have you here. And then another thing that this can do is what's called a wildcard search. So it can do like a partial match on a name. So for example, if I do, we'll do first name like Al. Could be like Allison or Alan. Yeah. So here we can see that when I type ALL into the field, I get back all possible first names that contain ALL. And it could be in the middle of the word, for example, Callie, or it could be at the start of the word, for example, Alan. But it's going to pull back anything that's a partial match anywhere. Here it's at the end of the word. And so in this case, if somebody doesn't know the exact spelling of the name they're looking for, they can still do a partial search. Mohammed says, when you type how many people in the world in Google, you'll see 7 million. Did they get this information from the database? Like every newborn, they put it in the database. No. Well, okay. I will say that Google isn't the one storing that information. All the information that Google gets is from other sources. Now, like the world population, there's an org that tracks world population and stuff like that. Yes, all of that is in databases. Yeah. Now, every newborn, no, it's not going to be that. It's going to be probably a statistical extrapolation. So you're getting into the realm of data science there. And so a lot of that is going to be based on statistical trends. So based on a country's population, they can extrapolate, the number of people born, and they can, they'll take data from like birth registries and stuff like that. But In a lot of countries, they don't, they're not tracking every single birth. They don't have the infrastructure to do that or the ability to do that. And so you have to do some statistical extrapolation and projections in order to get those types of numbers. But all of that is driven by data and databases. So any sort of pretty much any application that you interact with on the internet that is serving you data or results, including Google, is going to be powered by a database. And usually it's a relational database. Just saying. Most databases out there in the world are relational. MongoDB and other types of document-based databases and things like that are much newer. Not saying that they're bad, and they both have their purpose. Both relational and document-based databases have their purposes. That's why they exist. But if you are interested in getting into data analytics, back end, working with big data, working with databases, getting familiar and comfortable with relational databases would probably serve you well. And actually in pretty much any role, in any kind of software dev role, having at least a basic level of familiarity with relational databases and how they work is probably a good idea. I think Leon's planning on moving focus to relational databases in the next cohort as well. Not because MongoDB is bad, but just because relational databases are more common. Mohammed says, do I have to be good at math for data analysis? No, I am not good at math. I never have been. But the reason I got into data analytics was because I still like data. I still like seeing patterns and trends in the world around us. And I got into data analytics because I wanted the computers to do my math for me. And so it can be a good incentive to get better at analytics if you're not great at math, because you can, figure out, okay, what do I need to do in order for the computer to do this work for me? Yeah, Celeste says, I love data too. Yeah, definitely. I'm really excited. Yeah, totally, Interplanet. Learning SQL and knowing databases is a great skill. Yeah. And also I'm really excited. I'm hoping that in the next couple weeks here, as a little sneak preview for those of you who showed up today, in the next couple weeks on the 100 Devs Discord, I think I'm hoping to be able to host a bit of a data roles discussion with another person who's working in data. Marsha, who you might have, if you're in the 100 Devs community, you might have heard of recently. She got a job working with AI, doing data integration with AI. And so I'm hoping I'll be able to host a talk with her on the main stage on the 100 Devs Discord here in a couple weeks. So keep an eye out for that event. But yeah, that should be really fun. Data really runs the world at this point, especially in terms of AI. With the rise of AI here, just within the past year or two, it's data. It's basically like a big furnace, right? Like all these big AIs are basically like big furnaces. They ingest incredible amounts of data, and that data has to be clean. It has to, not be bad, right? It has to be good data to help the AI make good decisions and give it good training. And then, we as humans are generating unfathomable amounts of data all the time. You got to store that data somewhere. You got to move it from one system to another. And that's where data professionals, like the kind of thing I do, that's, where they come in. And we need analysts. We need data analysts. We need data scientists. We need data engineers. All those people are crucial for basically making our modern world run, especially in the age of AI. So that's my little soapbox. I think it's really important, and it's not something that people think about very often, because you don't see the kind of work that we do. The kind of work that I do every day, you never see it. You never see it. It's not visible. It's behind the scenes. We make the gears turn, but it's incredibly important. Sneaky sneak, yeah. Scampy, hi, welcome to the stream. They say, any good tips on stable and secure database? I use MariaDB. Yeah, I mean, you got a bunch of options. You can host a local, instance you can host a database locally on your machine if you need one. Postgres is free. I mean, I'm using a cloud database right now. I'm using Supabase, which is also free. It's also Postgres based. For relational databases solutions, I figure, you can if you really want one that's always going to be accessible to you, you can host it locally on your own machine. If you need one that's accessible to everyone, then I would recommend, something like Supabase for relational databases, or MongoDB for, MongoDB Atlas, which is the cloud version, for document-based databases. So, I mean, and these are pretty easy to set up. Supabase is really easy, and so is MongoDB Atlas. Yeah. Interplanet says trash in, trash out. So we should learn clean data and data structure. Yeah. Uh, Most data is garbage. It really is. You'd be amazed at how most of the data that is being captured every day is hot garbage, and it's pretty much unusable or incomplete or or straight up incorrect. And so again, that's where data professionals come in. I do a lot of data cleaning for work, and it's just a part of the job, right? You got to make it into something that can actually be used by whatever system or human is going to be looking at it. Yeah. Mohammed said data science sounds more like math. Am I wrong? Yeah, data science is definitely more mathy. I'm not a data scientist. I would consider myself a data engineer. My current job title is developer, business intelligence developer, but it's essentially the same thing. These job titles don't mean anything. So yeah, data science is definitely more statistical, more very math heavy. So if you're good at that kind of thing, then more power to you, but I'm not. Esther says, stream your work so everybody can see. No, I can't do that, unfortunately. I wish I could. I wish I could, just sit down and stream my workday. But unfortunately, I can't. I work for a university, and a lot of pretty much all the data I deal with is either protected by certain laws, or is proprietary to the organization, and so it's very not shareable, and I would get in deep trouble if I ever tried to do anything like that. So we have to go through all sorts of trainings, and I'm not going there. So yep. But I know some people do stream their work. Purple Elf. If you're interested in watching someone actually, stream their workday and stream what they do for work, I would recommend Purple Elf. Let's see if I can shout them out. Purple. It's just one word, right? Purple Elf. Or is there a underscore in there, or is it just one word? We'll try it. If I get the right person. Nope. All right, let me try again. Purple Elf. I don't know if that was the right person. I don't think that was the right person. Oh. Well, look up Purple Elf. They should have a decent number of followers. They work for a company called Gumtree. Purple Elf? No extra. Okay. Yeah. There we go. I got it. Shout out. Um, that's right. I always forget there's not an extra E. There it is. All right. That's them. So yeah, if you're interested in seeing somebody actually stream their workday, you can give them a follow. Third try, yeah, we got it, baby. uh, yeah, so Scampy, your database is running at home on a Promox LXC container. Yeah, I mean, for the most stable thing, I mean, that's hosting it locally is probably your best bet. And I'm not super up on locally hosted instances and what would be best there. I mostly use cloud based. I mostly for this type of work, I mostly do cloud based backends. So I mostly just use MongoDB Cloud and Supabase Cloud for my backends. And then for work, we have big centrally hosted data warehouses. So I don't do a lot of local hosting myself. Kara says that actually sounds super cool as far as data work. Yeah, it is really cool. I love my job. I love my field. Working with data is so much fun. It's not something that people often think of as a first career or like as a field to get into, but gosh, it's a lot of fun. If you like seeing patterns, if you like making things make sense, finding trends and patterns and troubleshooting, then data engineering is a great place to be. It's a very creative field too. Nina says, "Do you know how much a SQLite database can hold data in a local server?" I have no idea. Like 1 terabyte. Wow. Yeah, I mean, relational databases are pretty flexible as far as the type and the content of data they can hold. At work, I regularly work with like individual tables. So, in a database, we could have hundreds of tables. And then I work with individual tables that have millions of rows. And so, I mean, it's a lot of data, right? 12 million, 20 million rows in a table. Imagine trying to do that with a document-based database, right? That'd be rough. All right. So what was I doing? Okay, we were looking at information schema here. We were looking at the columns and the information about the columns. We were looking at metadata. That's right. I got way off track there. Okay, so let's go back to the application. So now we know, that each of these columns, even though you can't tell it just by looking at them, each of the columns in this, in this data is actually going to conform to whatever type we have defined in the database, right? Now, the reason I say that is because if I make this a little smaller, you'll see. Oh, if I scroll over, we should be able to see. This application also actually allows the user to potentially update the data. So this application actually allows you to update the data. So for example, let's say that I determined that Wallace M here, let's say that their relative comes in and looks them up, and it says, oh, hey, this is this person, their birth year and their birth information isn't in here. Like, can we fix that? I want to see their birth. I have their information right here. Can we look them up? And I want to change this so it's actually displaying their year, month, and day that they were born. So we can actually do that. I'm going to copy this unique ID. That's why we kind of have these IDs in here, because if I want to update this one specific record, I want to make sure that I do not update the wrong record, right? If I'm making changes to this data, there is no way in heck that I ever want to update the wrong record accidentally. And again, if I were to search for, Wallace M, and this is just a placeholder, but let's say that was Wallace M. Smith, or let's say I just searched for Wallace Smith and tried to find the right record to update. Well, what if I accidentally update this Wallace Smith? Right? Wallace S. Smith accidentally. So you have to be very careful about that. And so we can take the unique ID and just copy that. Take that. And then I'm going to go to update a record here. Hey, Holly Luck, good to see you again. So we'll go here, and then you can see it's asking for a username and password, and my session will expire in 10 minutes. So we set this up last time that we worked on this as well. This is just authentication, and so an administrator would have to log in order for you to make updates. So I'll type in the password. There we go. So now I'm signed in and I'm authenticated with the database. And another thing I did here too that I just want to mention is another nice thing that you can do with relational databases is that you can set authentication basically by table. So you can decide how far you want to lock down a table, and that's going to apply to every single record. You can even apply it to individual fields, whether you want exactly who you want to allow to make changes to the data or or even see the data at all. And then which fields you want to allow them to actually touch. So in our case, my policy for these is pretty simple, but basically I can set up policies to make sure that only updates can be done by administrators. So everybody can read the data. So, anybody can come in and just do a search. They don't have to log in first. But updates can only be done by administrators. And you can also set other types of policies too. So basically on any CRUD operation, So create, read, update, delete operation. You can decide who exactly gets to do it, what type of operation they get to do, and even what fields they're allowed to touch. So you can really lock down the security if you want to, which is if you're working on a production application or an application for a client. You should really, those are the things you should be thinking about, like what fields are the customers or the people who just come in from the World Wide Web, what data are they allowed to see and touch? It's row level security, yes. We're dealing with row level security here, and Supabase really recommends that. The policies are a little tough to kind of figure out at first, but it does help you build them. You can, just sort of pick what types of restrictions you want and then apply it to your table. Mohammed says, since you said that's rough to work with big data and no SQL database, so SQL databases for big projects. You'll often find relational databases being used for big projects. I'm not saying that's the only thing you can use, but the nice thing about relational databases is that they're relational. So by default, a document-based database like MongoDB is not relational. Each of the documents is separate, right? They're literally independent objects that could have no relation to each other whatsoever. But by default, in a relational database, every single record is related to the others in the table, and you can have relationships between multiple tables to tie that data together. So by using SQL, it's extremely easy to do large-scale operations. Oh my goodness! Hey, Faffin, welcome. Hello. Good to see you. But yeah, so we were talking about large-scale SQL databases. Using SQL, I can do something like select star, right? We already did that. We did a select star from our table. And when I did that, it automatically brought back all the records in that table and all the columns. And I can do mass updates. I can do mass deletes. I can do mass changes with one line of SQL, where it would be much more difficult to do that in a MongoDB database when you don't have a defined structure for the data and you don't have any solid relationships between the data elements. So just in general, using a relational database is easier for large scale operations. However, it definitely is possible to do large scale operations with a document-based database. It's just not as straightforward. And your planet says off track or the nuggets where we learn real world issues. Yeah, absolutely. I'm doing well, Holly. I hope you're doing well as also. And thank you so much again for the raid, Faffin. It's good to see you. Mohammed says, isn't the populate function make it relational? No. Nope. MongoDB is not relational by default. Relational databases are relational by default because each of the records in the table are related to each other, and then tables can be related via primary keys and foreign keys. So it's an explicit property of the database type. So again, it's that discussion between what exists in the database by default, like the way it was created, versus things you can do to link things together, right? The populate function is something that you can do as a developer to link things together, but it's not an explicit property of the database itself. So that's the difference again, kind of like what we talked about before with schemas versus data types on columns. Yeah. Thanks, Baffin. Yeah. I'm glad you had some fun gaming. Nice. I know that's what I always do when I raid is we always drop somebody off, drop my audience off with somebody else in the dev community. Absolutely. Yeah. Awesome. Glad that was helpful, Mohammed. Yeah. I know it's a little hard to wrap your head around when you're not familiar with those, um, you're not familiar with it by default. But yeah, it's just a different way of thinking about how we store data. Yep. Okay. So we were looking at policies. So we've got policies on here that only allow updates by an administrator, right? Everybody can read, but in order to do updates, it's essentially checking for an authentication property. So it's saying, are they authenticated? Did they type in the right username and password? Then yes. And so we've configured some users here as well. Let's see. There we go. So I have my user here, and they're set up in Supabase. And so I can, as long as I'm logged in as this user, I have certain permissions. You could set up multiple users if you wanted that have different permissions. But in this case, we only need one. So now that I'm logged in at this user, I only have 10 minutes, so it might kick me out, but we'll see. We can paste in that ID that we captured before, and it's going to search for we're only ever going to get one record back from this. Search. And when I do that, we can see it's pulled back the existing values, but it's created a form. It's created a form that I can make updates to and enter in the extra information. So essentially what we're doing here, oh, hi, Rex. Hey, Moshko, good to see you. So essentially what we're doing here is I have a user set up in Supabase, and when they log in, it's going to authenticate against the information that's stored here, username and password. And then it's going to generate a cookie that's going to time out after 10 minutes. And it's going to basically start an active session with them for that user. And so when this user attempts to make an update request essentially when this user attempts to make an update request after having changed these values, it's going to send an update query basically to the database. And then if they have a valid session, then it's going to allow them to make updates because of the policy that I set. If they don't have a valid session, if it's been more than 10 minutes, or if they aren't logged in for whatever reason, they shouldn't even be able to get here if they're not logged in. But if they aren't logged in for whatever reason, then it's not going to allow them to make any changes to that data. Moshiko says, is the form created by Supabase? No, I'm creating this form on the client side. The data is from Supabase. So the data is stored in our table here in Supabase, but this is all created by me from a query that we did against that table. So essentially we went out to Supabase and we said, hey, search for this ID, select from the table where ID equals this, and then it's going to return back the matching record and populate that information with the field name and the values for that field. Does that make sense? And so once we do that, we can essentially change these or add to these values or change them or do whatever we want. So I'm going to say birth year, I don't know, 1900, birth month, January, second, death year, let's say we'll change it to 1981. What am I using for the client? This is just something I built myself. This is we built this a few weeks ago here on stream. And then I'll update it, and it's going to say record updated successfully. And then if we go back home, let's go ahead and the Supabase, sorry, are you talking about, what are you asking about specifically, Moshko? Only 1 year more. So now, okay, let's search for 1981. Birth year 1900. We'll make sure that worked. Yeah, there we go. Look, there's our guy. Wallace M. And we can see all of my changes are there. And if we were to look in the raw table and do a query against the raw table in Supabase, then we would see that same information. So we successfully did an update operation against the data in the database because we were logged in. Moshko says, like React, Svelte, Angular. Nope, we're just using raw HTML here. We're using raw HTML with an Express server, and we are hitting a Supabase database on the back end. Yep, so you don't need to use our things like React and Svelte and Angular, wonderful tools. frameworks that you can put on top of an application to make it, responsive and do lovely things with them. But do you need to use those things to make a full stack application? Absolutely not. A lot of the apps that I build don't use those things. I love React. It's great. But for an application like this, it would be way overkill. It's not necessary. Yeah. TV Josh says no client JS. Nope. And we'll actually, yeah, that's a great segue. We'll look at that in just a second. We'll do a quick review of the existing code, and then we'll do some updates to essentially refactor our project to match exactly this data here. Yeah, React is fantastic. I legitimately love it. The last stream that we did here on this channel, if you look at my video library, we built Minesweeper in React, which was tons of fun. I love using React. It's great. But yeah, you don't even need client side JS for an application like this. You can do everything with HTML and just send the requests to the server and get it back. Yep. Oh yeah, Rex, I'll when we review the code, we'll get into that, definitely. Mohammed says, last question, do I have to learn Python to learn data analysis like you? No, I don't know Python. However, Python is very common in data analysis. Absolutely. Is it going to hurt you if you want to be a data analyst? No, it's probably going to be helpful. But I personally don't know Python. It's just the path that I took. I don't have any kind of formal education in computer science or anything like that. So I never learned Python, but many data professionals do know and use Python regularly. I mean, yeah, yes and no. This application was actually pretty easy. We just used, I did forget, sorry, I should have mentioned, we did use EJS as well. So HTML with EJS. But in this case, React would have been an overkill in my opinion. That doesn't mean we couldn't use it, but just HTML and EJS was sufficient for this. Mohammed, there's a lot of great resources for learning SQL out there. SQL Bolt, SQL BOLT, is a great place to get started with SQL if you want. I think it's free. W3 Schools also has a good SQL tutorial for you to go through. Yeah, just learn basic SQL, start from there. Get good at using Excel, Microsoft Excel. That's kind of the backbone of a lot of business analytics. So yeah, those are some places to start. Yeah, I really like W3 School's SQL tutorial. They have a great SQL sandbox too, where you don't have to set anything up. You can just start playing with SQL data. So you don't have to do any tables or setup or anything like that. You can just start doing queries against their data, which I think is pretty convenient. Oh my God. Copper Lily, that's amazing. I freaking love that. Why didn't I think of that? Man, dang it. Oh my God. Minesweeper stream was brought up in Banking Brunch last week, and someone called it Mayan Sweeper. I gotta change the actual title on the I gotta change the GitHub repo to reflect that. That's freaking amazing. Do you remember who said it? I want to credit them. It's okay if you don't remember. I just if you do, I want to give them proper credit. That's fantastic. Okay. No, it's all good. All right, that's friggin' rad though. But anyway, so essentially right now this application only has those two functions. It can search for a specific name, and then it can take a record and update it. Now, eventually I might add the ability to create a new record, similarly to the update. Oh, and another thing I want to just mention here on the update. So you can see it logged me out because it's been 10 minutes. So I'll log back in. There we go. Search for this ID again. Another thing that I wanted to mention here about the fields is we talked about before as far as primary keys. You'll notice that it says for this first field here, ID cannot be changed. And so you'll notice if I try to change it, it's not going to let me. So I have that locked down. So if someone wants to go in here and make an update, they can change any of these other fields, but they aren't allowed to touch this ID value because, again, that is the unique identifier for that specific record. So no matter what else gets changed about this particular record, this unique ID will always identify this record. Even if I change the first name, last name, middle name, whatever, this will always tie back to this one specific record. So even though this is a field listed here, it's really just listed here to make sure that, when you search for this, you got back the one you expected. And I realize now, oh, there we go. Yeah. So also, when we log out here, it's going to discard the cookie. And so, if I logged out and then tried to update the record, it wouldn't allow me to do that because the database wouldn't allow it. So we'll go back home. And actually, it is time for a break. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. And then when we come back, what we're going to do is we're actually going to get into the code. So a couple folks had questions on how this code actually works. Oh, you're good, Celeste. It's all good. We were just, Copper Lily mentioned that somebody in Banky Brunch said that they called my version of Minesweeper that I built with React a few weeks ago, they called it Minesweeper, which I thought was incredible. And I wanted to actually update the GitHub repo to say that. And I was wondering if anybody remembered who actually said it. Oh, you said it by accident. Okay. Nice. That's amazing. Okay. Well, yeah, if I remember to update the repo, I'll give you credit for that because that rules. I love it. So yeah, we'll take a break, and then when we come back, we're going to actually go through the code and answer a few of the questions that folks have brought up about how it actually works. So Rex, asks, well, how does the HTML actually interact with the SQL? How does that actually work? And so we'll go over that, and then we'll start refactoring the code from the repo that we built a few weeks ago to actually interface with this new real data that we have. So essentially, this is what I've just shown you is the finished application, but we're going to walk through exactly how we get there. How do we take an application that works with sample data and then refactor it to talk to the real data in the database that has a different structure? Correct. We are using a framework. Yeah, and we'll talk about that more once we get into the code to make it a little bit clearer. But yes, we are using a framework. EJS is our framework. Yeah. And then that's going to, EJS is going to help us render out the response we're getting back as HTML in the browser. But yeah, we'll talk about that more when we come back. All right, so now we get to test and see whether or not my break screen work, and there's new break music, so enjoy that. All right, I will see you all back here in 5. All right, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back whenever you're ready. I'm glad you're digging the funky tunes. But yes, get up and stretch if you haven't already. Get yourself some water, get hydrated, pet your dogs, pet your kids, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come on back whenever you're ready. All right, we are back. Those beats slap. Yeah, yet again, another banger from our friend Crispy Nugget. Um, yeah, I will get credits up for the song titles and the creator information um, uh, on by the time we have our next stream. Didn't have quite time to get to that this time, but I'm glad you like the beats. I spent actually a lot of time going through sort of just like the royalty free music that I could find, and I ended up just using Chris's music anyway. So that's a great point, Strain. They say it was a nature scene, so technically, isn't it like getting outside for 5 minutes? I would suggest going outside and actually touching grass at some point, but you know, hey, I can't tell you what to do. Rex says, "How's the new stream setup working out?" Um, if you give me a choice, I would have stuck with Twitch Studio, but I didn't have a choice. So, I mean, Streamlabs has been fine. It's okay. There's some things like, they made a big show about letting me theoretically import all of my overlays and all of my custom, like I'd done a lot of custom configurations on my screens and stuff. They made a big show about saying, "Oh, we'll let you import all of your stuff," and yeah, that didn't work at all. I mean, it imported my overlays, but I could have done that myself. It nuked all of my customizations. So, but yeah, Streamlabs is fine. It does what it does. I would say that configuring my stream setup, whether I'm using Twitch Studio or Streamlabs, is my least favorite part about streaming. It's just overhead, right? It doesn't have anything to do with the content that I'm trying to teach. It's just extra stuff. And so I have to like force myself to do it. So it's not fun for me, but I think we're at a decent place right now. It's working okay. Ground, baby, ground. It's so important. It really is. Legitimately. Go outside. If you haven't been outside today, go outside when you get a chance. Moshko says, unrelated question, how much cats do you have? I don't have any cats at the moment, no. I love cats, though. Tobadeli says, I'll help you set up OBS on Linux. Thank you for the offer. I'm good. I think we're good, though. I really keep my setup as simple as possible for the reasons I previously mentioned. And so, I mean, Streamlabs does make that fairly easy to configure stuff. And I think, I spent way too much time fiddling with things, but I think we're at a decent place right now. But I do appreciate it. Strain said they have potted grass under their desk to rest their feet on. That's rad. Okay. Neat. All right, well, let's take a peek at the code, shall we? So we'll move the app out of the way here. Life goals. Yeah, really. I do have a lot of plants. I do have plants like around my work desk where I spend all my time. Yeah, I have a ton of plants like around my desk because yeah, it's super important. You need to see green things and growing things, and get a little bit of nature even if you spend most of your time at a desk. There's no plants in this room. This is the streaming room, so there's hardly anything in here, but there's plants at my work desk. That's important. All right, we're gonna move the app over so we can see our code here. And so, yeah, the code itself is fairly simple, and you can see the code too by by doing !project right now in chat. That'll give you a link to the GitHub repo. If you want to take a look at that yourself, feel free to clone that down if you want to mess with it, build your own thing, do whatever you like. You will, if you want to build an application that works like this, you will obviously have to set up your own Supabase instance. You're not allowed to use mine. But yeah, it's very straightforward as far as how it works. Moshiko says, I want to foster a cat to see if it's something I can handle. That will only be possible if and when I move to my own apartment. Yeah. Fortunately, unlike dogs, cats don't take up a lot of space. So when I first started fostering kittens, I kept them in a closet, and that was fine. And like they were fine with that. Obviously, you're giving them appropriate, food, water, cleanliness, air, that kind of thing. But I mean, they don't take a lot of space. So Capella says, my cats murder plants. Yeah, they are very good at that. Certain types of plants. They love grass. Yeah, and you got to be careful. If you have a cat too, you have to be careful about what types of plants you have. Back when I did have a full-time cat, as it were, somebody gifted me a lily, like as a present, and beautiful lily, and I didn't realize that they were actually poisonous to cats and luckily, I realized before my cat got to it and took a bite. But yeah, you got to be careful about that as well. And we actually built an app a couple weeks ago too that will help you identify the types of plants that are poisonous to humans and to animals, and help you look for the appropriate houseplant that will not hurt your children and or your pets. So if you're interested in that, check my video from a couple weeks ago where we built a houseplant compatibility app where you can put in preferences for your lifestyle and it'll tell you the right plant for you. Can't suggest anything for you. Oh no. Strain says minded is the new Simpsons today. Yeah, we've done a lot of stuff, haven't we? Yeah, we've got a few years worth of content under our belt now. All right, so let's take a peek at the code here. As you can see, it's fairly simple. We have some views here. These are our 3 pages for the application. KR says, oh, you style on the HTML, not on a CSS file. Is that because it's a simple project? Yeah. This isn't something you would normally do if you were doing any kind of substantial styling. I wouldn't recommend this, but it's just a few lines of HTML, just a few lines of CSS. And so I didn't really see the need to put it in its own file. Now, if this application gets any more complex, then I probably will. I'll just create a single global CSS file and move everything to it. I was actually thinking about that even earlier today, because I added some more styling to like the update page, and I was thinking, I've got a lot of duplication here as far as styles. I should actually maybe think about doing a global CSS file. So the nice thing is that you can always start with just using a style tag in the header. And then you're like, I keep adding styles. I'm just going to move all this to a CSS file. So there's no really wrong way to do it. You can always start out one way and then change to something else if it's going to work better, the other way. Yep. So yeah, but the reason I style it here in a style tag was because it's just not a lot of styling. Exactly. And that's one of the more important philosophies of coding and building applications and being a developer, is that so much of dev work is iterative, meaning that you're going to make multiple passes over the same thing. And that's why I've tried to do some streams recently where we refactor code. We take code we've already written. It's not something we're writing from scratch. We're refactoring it, because as you're working as a dev, that's a lot of what you're going to be doing. You're going to be either taking code you wrote in the past and adding something to it or fixing a bug, or you're going to be taking code that somebody else wrote and making changes to that. So at least in my experience as a dev, in my day job where I get paid, a lot of what I do is not writing code from scratch. It's modifying other people's code or my own code to add new elements and features and that kind of thing. But yeah, for personal projects, yeah, a lot of the code I write from scratch. But now, and I wrote this from scratch too. But in this case, we're going to go back and we're going to refactor it. So yeah, this was originally written from scratch, which, I mean, you got to do it once to get it going, right? But then, we've discovered that the data format I used wasn't quite what the real data is like, right? So we got to go back in, we got to modify it. And maybe you're working with a client and it can happen in freelancing circles too, right? You're working with a client, you give them a minimum viable product version of the app, right? It's missing features, and they say, well, this isn't really what I wanted. It should look like this instead. And so you got to go back in and make changes. So it's not always, and not often, I would say not often, just every new thing from scratch every time. So knowing when to reuse things and how to modify existing things, I think is really important. Yeah. Rex says, glad you tell us about that side. We self-taught don't get to see that side of software development often. I should say us beginners and intermediate level self-taught. Yeah. And like I say, I mean, that's a common thing in, it's a common thing in when you're working on a team, right? When you're working on a team, because you're usually not going to be siloed if you're on a team. Now you might have a specialty, a thing that only you know how to do, and so you always just do that thing. But a lot of the times, if you're doing team-based development, you're going to be working on bits and pieces of other people's code as tickets come in. So you really need to know how to dive into existing code and figure out what needs to be tweaked. Yep. Yeah, and that's another common thing too, Moshko, is where you take an existing application and you pull chunks of it out and then use those chunks, to jumpstart another project. Yeah, and that's what you should do, right? You should never write everything from scratch. You should always have bits and pieces that you can use from other projects. Now, a lot of the time on my stream, we do write things from scratch because it helps us practice the fundamentals. It helps me illustrate, like, here's how you set up a server, and because you never know when it's going to be somebody's first time setting up a server. But that's not how I do my own development. I will pretty much always be copying and pasting from old projects. Yeah. Yep. Hey, subtleties, welcome. All right, so quick overview of and patterns too. Copying and pasting from other projects helps you recognize patterns because a lot of coding is patterns. Yeah, Esther, and we'll talk about that a little bit once we get there. Asking about how used is EJS? I feel like most people just use a framework like React or Vue. Yeah, totally. We'll talk about some of the reasons why we might make those choices as we get a little farther down here. So obviously up top in the header, we've got our style tags. We've just got some static code here. What you'll notice about a lot of this, so this is the kind of the home page here where we have our little form. People can search for a last name, first name, birth year, and death year. And a couple things you'll notice right away about this form is that, again, we're doing some strict typing here. We're doing some data sanitization and enforcing of type, even before we get to the database, right? Because a form by default doesn't care what data you put in it. But we can set certain restrictions within the form, and I would highly recommend that you do this in your applications. We're specifying the specific type here, text, versus down here for birth year and death year, we're specifying number because I know that that's what the database requires. It's going to expect that a number goes in this field. And also you can even set like a minimum and maximum value. So what we've done here is reasonably, I can expect that anybody who's searching in this database would have a minimum age or minimum year value of 1700 and a maximum of 2050. And I could even probably narrow that range down even more, but just in terms of a sanity check, because you never know when somebody's going to fat finger. And actually, I think, let me just look really quickly. I think I was looking, that's not the one I wanted. I think when I was looking at the real data earlier, I think there's a really fun year in here. 1 second. Yeah, so there is a record in here with and I think I could probably search for it right now. There's a record in here with a birth year of, yeah, and it's not even gonna let me search for it, but there is a record in here of a birth year of 2928 that's actually in the raw data. It was obviously a mistake, right? Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the sub. Did the alert work, Drunk Local Grandma? Did you see? I wasn't paying attention. Did an alert come up on the screen? I didn't hear it. Born in 18366. Yeah. So clearly when someone was creating the data, they, oh man, that sucks. Okay. My alerts still don't, I switched software platforms, and my subscriber alerts still don't work. I don't know why. Oh, it didn't work in Twitch Studio either. It's so annoying. And I don't have a custom subscreen like I did in Twitch Studio because that didn't carry over either. So I will build one. I will make my custom little subscriber reward. It worked on my legit. Yeah, I can literally like do a fake subscription right now. That's what's supposed to happen. But Twitch, for some reason, whenever somebody subscribes to me, it doesn't transmit the data to any software that I'm using. So I have no idea why, but thank you again for the subscription, Drunk Local Grandma. You can pretend that alert was your name on it. Yeah, it is cute. I like it. It's a fun little, yeah, it's a fun little alert. I wish you could see it. Maybe someday. But thank you again. Yeah, and your sub so my what's interesting, Drunk Local Grandma, is Dr. Moto, thank you so much for the sub. Pretend this says your name on it. Dr. Moto, thank you. I get the sub alerts through my bot, through MooBot, which is my my automated bot that I use for bot commands. So they come through there. I can see them there, but they don't come up on my feed, like my activity feed where I see follows and stuff, and I don't get alerts for them. Oh, sorry, Drunk Uncle Grandma. Yeah, but I was just saying thank you again for the sub. Thank you also, Dr. Moto, for the sub as well. Very kind of you. And I will have the custom sub screen put together by next time. You'll have the little GIF with the cats with the sunglasses. Okay, but anyway, so yeah, talking about setting reasonable limits on search terms, because yeah, people make mistakes in data all the time. So if you're configuring a form, think about what types of limits you want to set on those inputs, especially if they are actually writing data. In this case, we're just searching for data, but if a user is being allowed to write data to a database, consider setting some limits on what they can and can't do. So similar for death year number. And then here what we're doing is we're going into the database and we are setting up the table that's going to be displayed when the search results come back. So just a simple table with the header row, table headers. And then what we're doing is we're hitting the database, getting data back, and looping through those records. So this is where we're utilizing EJS. So EJS, like we mentioned before, EJS is a framework which allows you to, sort of similar to React, it allows you to basically build out a file that looks very similar to HTML, but you're not writing in HTML at any point. You're writing in EJS. And so that allows you to do actual logical operations within your what looks like HTML tags and dynamically sort of generate out those HTML tags that you need. And then when it goes to the browser will then render it out as plain HTML. So if we were to do an inspect on this file in the browser, you would only see HTML. You wouldn't see any of this. Oh, thank you for the posture check. Ugh, there we go. I don't have alerts for channel points either. I need to get those set up too. Strain said, please tell me you slipped a James Tiberius Kirk Easter egg entry into that database. No, so this is, I actually have, like, I'm actually working with like real data now. So like real people, so I'm not going to make any modifications to that. What's actually in this database now is like, the only reason the last name is X is because I manually, or I cleared those out. So for stream purposes, but I'm going to reload it with real data when the stream is over. But yes, it would be fun to put in all the Star Trek captions and stuff like that. I didn't think to do that when I was working with sample data. But yeah, so what this is doing is we're getting back all the matching records from the database, and we are looping through them. We're looping through them, and for each field in the, so essentially we have a nested for each loop here, right? So for each record that we get back, for each row we get back, matching row, we're going to create a row tag. And then, oh, thank you, Cubsy. That's so nice of you. I'm glad you're studying computer science and you love the way I talk about my code. Thank you. I have a lot of fun talking about my code, so I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Are you a student, Cubsy? Or are you just self-taught? Like, are you in school for computer science? So we create our each individual row, right? And then inside of each row, we have to generate individual fields. So we use the TD tag for each field in that row. Cubsy says, yeah, student at university. That's awesome. Yeah. I never had any formal computer science education, so I do feel like I'm lacking in some ways as far as things I could have maybe learned in school. And I think that's awesome that you're getting that, all the background in theory and those types of things from a computer science degree. That's rad. Good luck to you. But yeah, that's the neat thing about being in tech and working in tech is that you meet people from all different backgrounds, right? Some people have computer science degrees. Some people, my manager at work right now has a sociology degree. I have a statistics degree. And so, with a minor in English. My minor was English. So, everybody has different backgrounds and it brings a lot of different flavors to the industry, in my opinion. Hey, Shuna. Welcome to the stream. I like the dinosaurs. Good to have you here. So yeah, essentially we're just doing some dynamic tag generation here. So however many rows we need to generate, it's going to do that. And then however many records in each row it needs to generate, it's going to do that as well. Now, technically, since this is a table that we're building, we're always going to have the same number of fields in a row. Even if some of those fields are null, it's still going to generate a table cell for them. But it's still, it doesn't hurt anything. It just saves on a few lines of code to dynamically generate them in this way. Yeah, the industry welcomes people from all backgrounds. Yeah, I started out in actuarial science. So my degree is in statistics, and I originally started out in actuarial science, which is a very different kind of field. It's a very one-track field. Everybody has the same background for the most part. I should say people have very similar backgrounds in that field, and you have a very specific career path. You have to pass an X number of exams, and then you become an actuary. And that's what you do if you're in that field. You really don't, there's no other way to go about it. That is the only way you progress in your career. And it was very rigid, and I didn't, that wasn't for me. I wanted a flexible fields, and tech has been wonderful for that because, yeah, you meet such a variety of people. There's no right way to go through your career in this field either. Some people become managers or front-end engineers, back-end engineers, infrastructure, whatever, AI, doesn't matter. You can be successful in whatever field you want to, whatever niche you want to be in, which is my favorite part, I think, about this industry. Okay, so essentially, yeah, we're generating either tags, or if there are no records returned, then we just show a message of no records returned. So very simple. And I think the question earlier was, why wouldn't we use React for this? There's no harm in using React for this. And some people use React for everything, no matter if they're building a static page, right? They might be building a static site, and they're just like, I want to use React, and React will work just fine. I think in this case, given the small amount of actual dynamic content, right, non-static content on the page, I just didn't see React as being necessary for this application because it is so simple. So in this case, EJS works fine. As far as, how, I think the question, I'm going to scroll back and read the question again. 1 second. The question was, how used is EJS? I would say it's used, definitely. And some people might use handlebars or something else instead, or like a similar render, kind of a framework like that. It's basically right tool for the right job, right? In this case, I feel like my server already has all the logic that I need in order to retrieve the correct records. And so I really don't need to do any client-side logic. If I needed to do more like client-side logic and that kind of thing, I would definitely use React. But in this case, it's basically just taking the responses I get back from the server and just generating the appropriate tags for them. So no complex operations or logic that's required on the client side. We don't have any client-side JavaScript here. And so in that case, I'll just use EJS. It's not as it's a little bit lighter weight. And so in this case, it works fine for this application. But again, it's a personal preference and it's a personal choice, whatever you feel is the right tool for the job. TV says, isn't EJS one of the defaults with Express? We still do have to install the package to work with EJS. So if you look here in my package.json, you can see that I've installed EJS. Now, somebody do correct me if I'm wrong. Is EJS built into Express now? I didn't think it was. I mean, I always just install it. I guess I've never checked. But, hey, Express keeps adding on new, more built-in components all the time. So I don't know. Could be. Jade is the default for Express? Okay. JavaScript enabled. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you here. They say, hi, is it necessary to work with TypeScript before I can be a professional JavaScript developer? No, 100% no. Is TypeScript lovely? Yes, a lot of businesses will use TypeScript because it's safer, right? It's more strict. And so if you're dealing with production code, then you're less likely to make a silly mistake or, do something terrible with data if it is, strictly typed. But do you have to know TypeScript to be a JavaScript developer? Absolutely not. You can build whatever the heck you want with plain old vanilla JavaScript and be just fine. And you should never let not knowing TypeScript prevent you from building things and, and creating and experimenting. You can learn TypeScript if you want, but it's absolutely not necessary. Yeah. I often don't use TypeScript on stream for that very reason. I don't want people to think that it's a requirement to build cool stuff, because it isn't. Pretty much everything we build here on stream is built with vanilla JavaScript and sometimes React if it's appropriate for the tool. But usually we keep things very simple for that very reason, because we want to show that you can build whatever you want with just the basics, HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Yeah, exactly. Strain put it really well. They said the best place to learn TypeScript is at a job that's paying you to do it. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Oh, thank you, JavaScript. Great name, by the way. Okay, so on our homepage here, very simple. Again, really the only dynamic content is this right here. We are just generating the number, essentially the size of table that we need in order to fit the number of records that we get back from the database. The login page is also very simple. There's really no dynamic content here at all. It's pretty much just a static page. You'll notice it's still in EJS though. And that's because we wanted to group everything sort of together in our views folder here. Because essentially you could still have a static folder or whatever, but in this case, it just keeps things kind of together in the same place, and we can render everything the same way. So there's no harm in building a static page with EJS, just like there's no harm in building a static page with React. Is it overkill? Yes, but it's fine. It's not going to hurt anything. So in this case, it's just a simple form, and this is performing the login action. So all we're doing here is we are just passing in the username, passing in the password. What you'll notice here is we've set our form to have an input type of password. And so what that's going to do is it's going to, when you start typing, it's going to just show ... right? It's not going to show the plain text of what's being typed. And then that just submits the login. And then we also, finally here, we have our update page. And on our update page here, we have a couple of actions, couple of forms here, essentially just containing a button. And these are kind of acting like our navigation. So each of these forms has a different action, and they allow us to either return home or log out. Make it a date. You mean the password? Like set it as a date type. Get real crazy with it. Yeah. So, question for you all. Um, what am I doing by specifying this specific action value here? What am I doing when I'm specifying the action? What does this mean? I know you know, Holly. Yeah, exactly. Yep. We're hitting a specific so we have the server listening for a series of essentially paths that it can receive, or a series of requests that it can receive from our front end, right? And those are essentially routes that we can route the request to. And so in this case, we set up a form around this button because by default a form will submit a request to our server. That's how forms work. That's how they behave. And so we specify the action to tell it, hey, send a request to go to this specific route on our server, and then the server will handle whatever action goes from there. So in this case, the slash is gonna be equivalent to go home, right? It's gonna display the home page. Whereas log out is gonna perform a series of actions to, dump the login data, dump the cookie, clear the session, everything out, so that we are essentially logging the user out. And so that's why we set these with a form. Now, there's other ways to do this. We could do this with some client-side JavaScript if we wanted. Set up an event listener, set up our button, and then set up an event listener on that button to then perform a specific action and send a request to the server once it hears a click. But in this case, oh, thank you for the follow, Holland Franco. But in this case, a simple way to do it is just by putting it in a form. Yeah. So we don't need client-side JavaScript here, even though we are performing, requests from the client to the server. So we don't need to set up any extra files. Yes, so my follows do work. My follows have always worked, which is great. I love, being able to see when people follow me. But for some reason, my subscriptions just do not work, and I don't know why, which sucks because I want to thank people who subscribe to me. Oh, was there no sound, or was there sound? Because I heard the sound. There was sound? Okay, cool. It's very quiet. It's just like a little piano. Ding, ding, ding. Yeah, it's meant to be very low and not disruptive. Yeah, very quiet. Frankly said, sorry if off topic. How would you prevent a bad actor from creating 1 million accounts and flooding the database with use? Thank you so much for the sub, RDT. I appreciate it. Here, I'll play you the little subscription dealy, even though it's not going to show your name. Thank you, RDT. Appreciate you. Good to have you here. So the question, sorry, was how would you prevent a bad actor from creating 1 million accounts and flooding the database with users? Well, so right now, if you're talking about from the application side, this application has no way to create a new account. It's physically not possible. It's not sending it's not sending the request to create a new account, and it's not what's the word? And there's no route set up on the server side to do that. So this application can't create new accounts. I set up the one account that this application does use. I set that up from the Supabase side as an administrator. So like as a super administrator in Supabase, I was able to create an account, and then I just essentially set up all the information and then allowed the application to log in with only that account. Now, if you're talking in more of a general sense, there's plenty of ways you can prevent that. I think the easiest way is Supabase by default. When you go to create a new account, it will send a verification email to the email that was specified. So the user has to go in and verify their account before they're allowed to do anything. So if somehow they were able to, spam account requests, it wouldn't, it's still going to, ask for that second step of you have to verify email, make sure you're a real person. And then you could do things like rate limits. You could, yeah, there's a lot of different things you could do. You could check for, like to check and see if one user is trying to create multiple accounts from the same session, from the same IP address. You could do all sorts of checks on, what machine the user is doing it from. You can do things like, storing something locally to be like, oh, hey, this is this person trying to do the same thing again. Don't let them. So there's checks you can do on the client side. There's checks you can do on the database side. And then there's that two-factor kind of a thing where Supabase itself can send a verification email to make sure that you're not, a bot. So yeah, lots of options there as far as protecting your database. Hope that helps a little bit. Yes, and we could also use an anchor tag here too. Absolutely. I think, and I'm trying to remember, I think why I used a form here originally was, I think we were talking about like default behavior of forms and how we can get away from client-side JavaScript. But yes, you could also use an anchor tag here because it's doing the same thing. It's sending it's just sending a request to a path. And in this case, it happens to be that request will land on our server who's already listening for it. Hey, Maniac, good to see you. Welcome. Sarian Alderod, this is a test. Best production default. Oh, yeah, absolutely. That's called a scream test when you do something in production. Because you see if the users scream about the change. Not good practice, but definitely a thing. So anyway, we've got our kind of navigation up here. And again, more static text up here. Now our first form here, this is where we actually search for a particular record. So we're searching for a specific ID. And it's specifically saying that it's expecting a number in this field. And then we're submitting that request to the server. Frankly says, thanks, great answer. There's so much stuff around login and security. It's enough to bog a newbie programmer down for quite a while. Yeah, there's a lot of things that you could do, and knowing when to do what is kind of a difficult thing sometimes. But yeah, it's a process. You'll get more familiar with it as you go. And so again, kind of similar to our homepage down here at the bottom, we are again looping through the records we get back from the database. And we got to do a couple things here, right? When we're searching for records up here, and we're going to get one record back, right? But with multiple fields. And so and we want the user to have the ability to update any of those fields, because this is the update page. So they're searching for a record. They want to potentially change every single value in all of those fields. And so we need them to have the ability to do that. And so we essentially create a form with a post method, and then we generate as many input boxes as we need to in order for each field to have its own input box, right? And then as the value of that input box, so by default, the value of that input box should be whatever the current value for that record is. So if the person's name is Mary, we're going to generate an input box, but we're going to pre-populate it with the value of Mary, and then they can change it if they want, or they can just leave it alone and it'll stay as is. Yeah. And then also, I'm just doing one additional check here to say, hey, if the field is the ID field, then it should be set to read only for the reasons we talked about. So if the field is the ID field, like we said before, it's a primary key. They shouldn't be able to change it. We're going to add one additional property to the input box, and we're going to set the input box to read only. Now, this is a kind of a difficult question here. You might say, well, why wouldn't you just set the box? Why are you setting it to read only? Why wouldn't you set the input box to disabled? Disabled is the property you might have seen before, and I've used disabled before on an input box, right? You don't want the user to be able to enter something for whatever state you're in, right? You're waiting for them to acknowledge the terms and conditions of you're waiting for them to click a checkbox before they're allowed to put anything in the form, right? And so you set all the form boxes to disabled, and then once they click the checkbox, you take that property off. why am I using read-only here instead of disabled? This is a tricky one, but it's an important one to know because it'll really mess your stuff up if you use disabled and it doesn't behave the way you expect, because it has a weird quirk. The specific disabled property has a quirk. Why am I using read-only here instead of disabled? Essentially, it does the same thing. It doesn't allow the user to make changes to whatever value is in there. Any guesses? Ah, yeah, Strain's got it. They say disabled isn't submitted, is it? Yeah, and that's a weird thing. So if you have a form with, let's say, 5 input boxes in it, and you apply the disabled property to one of those boxes, and then no matter what's in the box, then you submit the form. If you were to look at the JSON, you would only see 4 values being passed. Because if it's disabled, it essentially excludes it from the form submission, which is really janky when you're trying to do something like this, where you still need to submit that ID value. It's important. It needs to go into the database so the database can update the correct record, right? It needs to match that ID value to figure out which record to update. So it needs to have it. But if you use the disabled property, it won't get submitted at all. So now there's other ways you could do it. You could, store the ID separately outside of the form, but I was like, I don't want to do this. I have the ID value already. I want it to be in the form and get packaged up with the other form data. I just don't want the user to be able to change it. And so the read-only property allows you to do that. It doesn't hide it from the submission. It just doesn't allow the user to change it. Yeah. And also, and Holly, that's a good point. It also does allow you to copy the data as well. So that's another little thing. Oh, and thank you for answering that question, Les. I did see that question earlier and I completely glossed over it accidentally. So thank you for answering that, Les. I appreciate it. Drunk Uncle Grandma says, I only use disabled on fetches. Yes. So disabled can still be useful. Absolutely. Disabled is great for just when you don't want the user touching anything until something else is finished, right? If you're using React, especially, like I say, if you're waiting for a fetch and it's going to take a while, you don't want the user, spamming a button or putting a bunch of junk in the box while you're just waiting on something else to finish. And so if you're going to be, I think disabled is really useful when you are when it's temporary, right? When you're you want to turn something off for a short time and then you're going to switch it back on when certain conditions are met. Disabled is great for that. Yeah. But anyway, we're using the read-only property here because we still want that value to be submitted. We just don't want the user to be able to touch it. Yeah, users are annoying. If you click faster, you get faster response. Hey, I've been guilty of click spamming a button when it's not doing what I want. I think we've all done it at some point. It's human nature, right? So that's why we have to be smarter about our UX design. Yep. So anyway, yes, so that's what we're doing here. We're generating not only just the records we get back from the database when we look up that value, we have to put each of them in an input box, which could then be submitted back to the database as part of the update. And then if there's no record return, we just display whatever message came back from the server. It might be an error, could be just no records, whatever. And then otherwise just enter a valid ID to search. Yeah, exactly, Holly, right? That's human nature. So that's our front end. So essentially we're just doing a lot of interacting with the server. And so the question from quite a long time ago was, how do we get information from the database into our front end, right? Rex asked that question. How do we get information from the database into our front end? And so the way we do that is by having logic on the server side that queries the database using JavaScript, but we're essentially querying a relational database using JavaScript, and so we're using kind of SQL principles to query this database. We're using Supabase's methods, built-in methods, to write queries that are similar to SQL but written in JavaScript. And so what we do is we query the database, we get back that data as an object, we package it up, and we send it down to the front end, and then EJS renders it out, as needed, and packages it up as tags, and it displays in the browser as HTML. So that's kind of how it goes, is the queries are happening on the server side here. And so we can see here, we're just doing a little bit of setup here. This is just for like setting up our authentication session. And, this is just for like rendering the home page, rendering the login page, rendering the update page. And here you can see we're doing a check to see if the user is logged in. So they shouldn't ever be able to even get to the update page if they're not logged in. So if they're authenticated, if that value is set, then we render the update page. If they're not, then we go back to the login page because they shouldn't be there. And then in the login, we're signing into Supabase. So again, Supabase has built-in authentication, so we don't have to set it up ourselves, which is nice. Supabase can handle the authentication for us. So we send that information up to Supabase. And then, if there's a problem, please try again, etc. And then we can log out. We destroy our session. And then we redirect back to the home page. And I will say that, my setup for the login logout process here is not as secure as it could be. You notice I'm not hashing the password when I'm sending it up to the database. I could be storing this login information in the database itself, and just retrieving it every single time from the database to get the current status of their session. I'm not doing that here because this application is not, it's going to be local. It's only going to ever exist on one machine. And it's not going to be widely available just out there for anyone to use. But if this was like a production application with hundreds of users, I would be more careful about, that login, logout process. But really the only reason the authentication process exists for this application, is to make sure that just, Joe Schmo can't wander in off the street and update a bunch of records without knowing what they're doing. So the authentication here really exists to just make sure that users aren't playing with data that they shouldn't be, that they have an administrator there who's helping them make those updates and watching them do it. So that's really the reason why. But yeah, it's not a public application. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Ooh, there we go. Got a nice crack out of my neck. Great. Now here we actually get into the part where we talk to the database. So right here is where we're actually doing the search. So on the home page, when we're looking for X number of records, we are going to do, yes, and Supabase auth uses bcrypt. Yeah, I guess that's a good point. It does, doesn't it? So yeah, I guess we don't have to. Yeah, because we're sending it up with the auth method. So yeah, you're right. We don't need to hash it on our side because it's doing it for us. Cool. Awesome. Yeah, good point. Good, and that's why we read the docs, right? That's why we read the docs. Yeah, I am passing it up through the official auth method. So there you go. Did it for me. That's one more reason to love Supabase. But if you aren't using Supabase and you want to know how to do this stuff yourself, we've done several apps where we've used MongoDB as a backend, and we've done our own authentication and hashing and all that stuff. So if you want to know how to do that, I've got some streams on my channel where we do set up the hashing and the bcrypt and stuff like that on our own. Hey, Fuel, good to see you. Rex says that's why I talk to people who read the docs. Absolutely, I always read the docs. And Supabase has really good docs too. Supabase and React have excellent docs, which I never take for granted. Documentation is hard. So anyway, here's where we do our search. And note what we're doing here. We're taking the information we're getting from the form, which is our rec.query. Now, what does rec stand for? If you see, in a route, you'll often see rec res being passed in as our, being declared as our parameters here. So what is rec? Yeah, rec is request and res is response. So here our request is coming from the client side. It's coming from our form. And the query is essentially the form body. It's the data. And so we're taking that query and we are destructuring it and storing each value in these 4 variables. So last name, first name, birth year, and death year are all getting stored in those variables. And then we build our query using built-in Supabase methods. So if I were to write this with SQL, I would say something like select star from grave register, or I would say select these fields. So explicitly these fields. Select name last, name maiden, blah, 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 blah. I would list the fields from grave register, and then I would order by whatever. And then my where clause would be any of these things here. So select these fields from my table, order by last name, and then if they put anything in the last name field, we're going to chain an additional method here, and we're going to say where last name is like whatever they entered. Or if there's a first name value, then we chain another method and we say where first name is like whatever, birth year and death year. So we could have a query of varying lengths here with a bunch of chained methods, just depending on how many fields they decided to fill out. Where clause. Yeah, exactly. So in SQL, the where clause is essentially your filter, right? Because we are using their search terms to filter the data down from literally everything to only the fields that match those values. So only the fields that match first name, last name, etc. So the where clause in SQL is essentially the filter. And so that's what we're doing here. And so in the end, if you were to console log this query, it would say, it would be, a bunch of chain methods, and we would be essentially having either 0 or between 0 and 4 potential filters on this data. So here we can see that this one is essentially doing a like filter, which is essentially like a wildcard search like we talked about before. So the last name could, if they typed in Mill, the last name could start with MIL, or it could have MIL at the end or MIL in the middle. We're doing a wildcard search here, and so we use a like clause. And then for birth year, though, we want an exact match. We don't want a wildcard search there. We want it to exactly match the birth year if they put one in, and so we use EQ to say equals. Bye, Holly. Good to see you. Oh, sorry. Oh, KR, you're leaving. Okay. Wrong person. Yeah. No worries, KR. It was good to have you here. So, what we're doing here is we're essentially just using these appropriate Supabase methods in order to build this query exactly the way we want it. Now, if you're not familiar with SQL, this might be a little bit confusing. Like, what are we doing here? How do I build a query? I will say that the Supabase docs, again, come in clutch. They have a bunch of examples that you can literally copy and paste to do exactly what you want. So no matter what you're trying to do, if you're trying to do a partial match, if you're trying to do a strict equals, if you're trying to do a greater than, less than, whatever the heck you want to do, switch statement, case statement, whatever, you can pretty much find an example in the docs and copy and paste. Mashuga says, didn't know Supabase had a query builder. It really doesn't, but it has a lot of examples of the different types of things that you can do. So whatever you're looking for, you can find an example to copy and paste into your own, into your own query. Also, ChatGPT is pretty good for this too. Les says rec.query not to be mistaken with a select query. Yes. So this value here is the information we are getting from our form, right? And then we're destructuring it into these variables here. And then this query is the Supabase query that we're building. Now, it's important to note that we haven't executed the query yet. We've literally just chained a bunch of methods together. It's kind of like we're putting, we're putting the arrow in the bow and we're pulling back the string. We pulled the arrow from the quiver, we put it in the bow, and we pulled back the string, but we haven't fired it yet. So we've just declared the variable and stored all this information in there. where that actually happens, where we actually query the database, is right here. So what we're doing here is we are awaiting the result of that query. So we're sending it off and we're awaiting the result. This is an asynchronous function, so we're awaiting the result. And then when whatever we get back, if there's an error, we throw it. If there is data, then we render out our home page and we send in those records. Okay. Holland Franco, did I thank you for following? I forget, but anyway, thank you. I think I did. Yeah, but thank you again. And then similarly for our update process, we're going to do something very similar. They're going to be searching for an ID, right? So we store that in a variable. And this time it's just going to be one value. And then we're going to do another query, get these fields from our table. Except this time we want an exact match. We want to say, hey, get all these fields, get the one record where the ID value is equal to whatever they put in. And then we try that query, see if it works. And then, this is a little bit overkill. We should always just be getting one record. There's never a time when we're not going to be. But still just get the first record in the data we're getting back. And then if there was any data that we got back, go ahead and render the update page, pass those in. Otherwise, just re-render the update page and say, no matching records found. Please try again. TV says, how does it know when to execute the query? Essentially, we control that. I'm not sure what you mean exactly by when, but we tell it when, right? Because we just build the whole thing first, and then it's not going to do it until we get to this try catch block. So because we're using an asynchronous function here, essentially we build the query on our own time, and then we fire it off right here. And the rest of the function is not going to proceed until we get a response back from the database. So we're never going to get into a situation where, because we're using an asynchronous function, we are never going to, we're never going to get into a situation where it's going to travel without, it's never going to try to render the page or whatever without getting response back from the database, because we're waiting on that query to finish. I'm not sure if that helps or not. Yeah, I mean, essentially, this is the end of our query here. Yeah, that's we're chaining methods together here. We're chaining methods together, and then once there's no more methods to chain, then it doesn't always have an EQ, but we're chaining methods together here, right? And then the query is complete once it has stored all this information in our query variable. Because if you recall, we're storing this in a query variable here. So if you were to console log this out, it'd be like supabase.from.select.order, and then adding to the query here. Yeah, we keep reassigning query because it's not executing until we get here. So up until here, it's just a variable and we can do whatever we want with it. And yeah, this is a bit of a doozy, right? There was somebody else that was asking that too. It's weird to think about, right? But the last time when we first built this too, we had a very similar conversation. It was like, wait, but yeah, how does it know when it's done? But until we get to this point, we're not awaiting the response until we get here. And so this is when it's actually going to get the result and store it into our data variable. I think we even looked it up last time. I'm trying to remember specifically. Yeah, I think we looked it up last time. If you want to Google it again, and I don't remember the specific explanation from Supabase on this, but yeah, I wish I could, but it's been a month or two. Yeah, it's waiting for the so that's what we're doing here. We're waiting for the resolution. Hey, Real, thank you so much for the follow. Relax Savage, thank you. Oh, and we're about time for a break here too, aren't we? Well, I want to get through the rest of this real quick. Okay, so the last thing we're doing here, so we did this update. Okay, so yeah, we're looking for a specific ID here. We're awaiting the promised resolution. We're getting that data, and then we are rendering the update page. And then let's see. Oh yeah, and then finally here, so we're rendering the update page with the one matching record. Okay, and then finally down here, what we're doing is we are actually then taking the so if we've gotten a record back from the database, right? And then they change a value and they click submit on the form. They click the submit button. What that's going to do is actually then send an update request to the database. So it first checks to make sure that they're authenticated, because it's possible that, let's say they logged in, they go to the update page, and then they just walk away, right? Somebody logs in, they forget, they get talking about something else, and then somebody else comes over and tries to see if they can update their record. But if it's been 10 minutes, their session is no longer valid, and so they shouldn't. So we're essentially doing a two-step check here. So even though they're on the update page, that doesn't mean they're actually logged in. If they're not logged in, thank you, Kaptas. Thank you so much for the follow. So if they're not logged in, even though they're on the update page, they still shouldn't be allowed to make changes to the database. So what we're doing here then is we are, again, sending another request to update the record, and we're just passing in the data from the form. We don't have to, well, here, I'll ask you all. Yeah, exactly. That's the discussion about the await. Yes, so that's what we're doing here. This is where we're firing off the query. That doesn't happen until we get to line 151. Yep. So we can modify that. We can modify this as much as we want up until the point where we get to this line. So question for you all. This line right here is happening after we've fetched a single record from the database, displayed all the data. The user has made the changes. The user has made the changes, right? And then they've clicked submit to update the record. So why don't I have to build out an elaborate query like I did previously? Why can't I just say await update record in Supabase, call that function, and pass in the body of the form? Why can't I just, why am I able to do that here and I couldn't before? So we've displayed the record to the user, they've changed one or more fields, and then they've clicked update. Why can I just then, to submit that updated record, why can't I just do this? Why don't I have to list out all the fields and do all that sort of thing? Why can't I just literally take the body of the form and shove it right into the database? Why does that work? Any guesses? And if you don't know, that's fine too. It's just something to consider. I'll give a hint. So if we look at, let's go to our update page here. Log in. Okay, and I will look for a record. Let me get a number. Search for this person. All right, so when I search for this person, it's going to populate with all of the fields straight from the database and all of the values in those fields straight from the database for that one particular record, right? And so if I make a change to one of these values, the structure is going to be the same, right? The structure of the data isn't going to change. I've changed a value, yes, but the structure of the data is going to be identical. So I don't need to, on my server, I don't need to construct a whole new query because the form body is going to match literally exactly the structure that the database expects, right? It's not going to be any different. So instead of having to set up a whole query for this, I can just pass in the form body directly because it's essentially just I'm pulling it out of the database, changing one or more values, but not changing the structure at all. And I can just send it right back up. So in this case, updating this record is a lot easier than the previous routes or the previous logic because I can literally just take it down. I've taken it down, maintain the structure, change a value, and then I can just pass it straight back up as an object. So just an interesting little shortcut that we can take right here. And again, we have an async function. We're going to await the result of this, and it's going to store that in updated data. Now, I don't really care about this. I just need it to, I thought I was going to use it at one point. I think I was console logging it, but I'm actually not using this variable anywhere. I'm just telling the user whether or not it worked. I could show the user the updated data, but I don't think it's necessary. I'm just telling them, hey, it worked. Great. You can go back home if you want to. Okay. And then finally here we have the actual function. And we're doing a little bit of cleanup. So essentially what we're doing here is we're saying, all right, update record in Supabase, call this, pass in the form body. The one thing we had to do was clean up. The one cleanup we had to do here was we had to remove the ID value because we don't want that to be updated. So we're still passing it in, but we don't want it to be updated. Yeah, there was, and thank you for looking at that, Holly, because I remember we looked it up last time and there was something funky about it that made it work that way, right? Because if you look at in their documentation, I mean, that's literally how it says to do it, but I just couldn't remember the methodology. So I appreciate you looking that up. Based on the type of the query, they have an end method. Maybe they store the chain in an array and check when to execute the query. Yeah. Because yeah, there's a quirk about it, but I couldn't remember what it was. So thank you for looking that up, Holly. Oh yeah, and feel free to check out that document as well. But we don't actually have to explicitly call that end method either, though. It's somehow implicit. Yeah. So we remove the memorial ID because that shouldn't be updated. And then we simply just pass in the form data directly, right? Just like I mentioned, we pass in the form data directly, we call an update, and then we check and see where the memorial ID is equal to the ID that they passed in. So that's very simple to do. And if there's an error, throw an error. So yeah, we're interacting with the database. We're interacting with the database in several different ways here, right? We are reading records. We're reading multiple records. We are reading singular records. We are updating one record, right? We're checking to see where things are equal. We're doing wildcard matches. So it's a lot of different interactions with the database. Pretty much the only thing we're not doing here is we're not deleting any records, and we aren't creating brand new records from scratch. But those are both things that you can do. There's built-in Supabase methods to do those things. It's just not necessary in the case of this app. Yeah, Holly, that's a good point. When we're talking about building these queries. So one thing that is kind of one of the things that's kind of interesting about SQL, which may help kind of explain this a little bit, is that SQL queries have a very set structure. So SQL is not only strict as far as data types, it's also very strict as far as order of operations. So, and by that I mean how you structure your query. And I know you know this, Holly, but I'm just saying it for folks that don't, is that if you've never written SQL before, like in JavaScript, you can do most things You can do most things in whatever order you want, right? Like I mean, there's an order where things need to happen for logical reasons, but JavaScript doesn't have a ton of restrictions on what goes where. However, SQL does. In SQL, for example, you can't, in raw SQL, for example, you can't have an order by clause before a where clause. Order by always goes at the end. And in, let me think of another one here. Where clause always has to be after a select. So things have to go in very specific orders, which I imagine is probably what's happening here. The ordering of the queries is slightly different when we're writing them with these Supabase methods. But I imagine it's going to look for certain things in a very specific order, and then once those conditions are met, then that means that the query can be executed. Yeah. But yeah, it seems like they don't explicitly say it. As far as what needs to go where, but that's one of the kind of defining tenets of SQL as well, is that you can't have things in whatever order you want. If you try to put things out of order, it's going to give you an error. It's a little bit of a mind shift from when we think about things like JavaScript, which is very loosey-goosey. And I love JavaScript, I do, but there is something lovely and wonderful and stable about how strict SQL is sometimes. But hey, that's why I do SQL during the week and get paid for it, and then on the weekends I cut loose and I do some JavaScript. Because everybody likes to let their hair down on the weekend, and so that's, as a SQL dev, that's why I do JavaScript on the weekends. All right, so that's essentially the existing code. We haven't even gotten to the updates yet, but I'm glad we spent time going through it. No, I mean, legitimately, Celeste, I'm joking, but I'm not really, because I love working with SQL and I love working with, with data and big data and stuff like that. But there is something fun about writing, just chilling on the weekend and just doing whatever the hell I want. Yeah, exactly. As Holly said, it's a crazy language. Today I wrote an example of 7 methods doing the same thing. Yeah, exactly. Whereas in a language like SQL, there's only one way that you're allowed to do it. And any other way, if you forget a comma, if you forget a semicolon, any of those, if you leave one little thing out of place, the only thing it really doesn't care about is white space. But anything else, if you leave one little thing out of place, SQL is just going to be like, nope, I can't do anything. You're out of luck, friend, and I'm not going to tell you what's wrong. So good guess. I've told this story before, but there was one time when it was me and 2 or 3 other more senior developers than I was. We spent hours looking for a missing semicolon in a query that I had written. It wouldn't run. We couldn't figure out why. All of us were Googling. It was hours, and it right. Well, this was before ChatGPT. This was a few years ago, unfortunately. Otherwise, yeah, absolutely. That's what I do now. But back in the day, unfortunately, back in the dark ages before ChatGPT, it was me and a bunch of other senior developers poring over this stupid query. And then in the end, we realized that it was not necessarily a missing semicolon, but it's that I had a semicolon at the end, and it was expecting a forward slash. So I had the audacity to use a semicolon at the end of my query, and it was expecting a forward slash. So it just bombed out. It freaked out on me. So yeah. Meshuga says, would you be open to talk about CTEs and subqueries? Yes, at the end. We usually have a little bit of free-for-all time at the end. So happy to talk about that then. 100%. Celeste says, have you tried PHIND? I like it better than ChatGPT because it gives resources. Haven't heard of that one, but I'll take a look, certainly. So my workplace actually has Copilot, Copilot corporate version now. So it's a secured version of Microsoft Copilot that they made available for us. So we can not type sensitive information, but stuff I wouldn't necessarily just copy and paste in directly into ChatGPT. certain queries and things that if I wanted to like help me troubleshoot an issue, I would have to sanitize that data first before I would put it into ChatGPT because I don't want to share that. But this version of Copilot that we have is like locked down to only like our internal, like nothing leaves our corporate firewall. And so it's actually really nice. So I usually use that mostly. Now I use ChatGPT for personal projects, obviously, because I have a subscription to that. But like for work stuff, I use the Copilot corporate version that we have because it's like it's a little walled garden version of it. Pwned by punctuation, absolutely. Again, that's why I like JavaScript because JavaScript's like, hey man, you want to put a semicolon? You don't feel like semicolons today? It's all good. Like whatever's cool with you, friend. Um, whatever you feel like. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure all of you know that I'm very loosey goosey with semicolons in JavaScript, but that's just because I'm forced to be good at it with SQL. So um, I choose to be lax about it my JavaScript for on purpose. Oh yeah, and Holly says I still use Google and Stack Overflow. Absolutely. No, I do 100%. I Stack Overflow, Google, Reddit, all those things are still useful. But for the cases like we just talked about, where let's say I have a query that I know is almost correct, like I do that a lot. I'll kind of just slam out a query and be like, I want this query to do this, and I'm like 95% there. I'm just missing something stupid. And then I'll just paste it into ChatGPT and be like, what's wrong with this query? And then it immediately tells me the right answer. Like, or it'll fix my comma or my parenthesis or, whatever silly thing I've messed up. So that's mostly what I use GPT for or Copilot, is just, and again, it's about having that. We talk about this a lot, but this is why ChatGPT and Copilot can't replace developers because it doesn't have the big picture and foundational knowledge. And so the important thing is that, I have the knowledge of how to build the query. I'm just missing some little fiddly bit or I don't know how to get like just over the finish line to get exactly what I want. Like I'm close. And so you give it the foundational material and then it can kind of extrapolate off of that to refine it and make it better. And so that's the important, I think, use case for tools like that. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Rex. That's awesome. Yeah, exactly. It's a helper. It's a helper. It's not a replacement. Um, I always start with a foundational product of some kind, and then I use GPT or Copilot as a refinement tool to make it better. Yeah. Okay, let's take a break, and then when we come back, we're gonna kind of speed run the refactoring of this. We don't have to do a ton here, but it's more of just how do we modify these existing queries to work with the different fields that we have in our table now, because this is all these queries were built off of sample data, like just me building a minimum viable product. And now that I have the real data, I need to make sure that these queries are pulling the correct fields, and that the correct information is being shown to the user. So we're going to modify what's already here. We're going to modify what's in our views in order to properly display what's being sent back from the server. And then hopefully that will work. Yeah, explaining the right question to ChatGPT. Exactly. That's the jam. Yep. You gotta help it along a little bit. It's like you gotta give it like the momentum, right? You gotta like with ChatGPT, you gotta start pushing it down the hill, and then it can kind of get across the finish line. Exactly. All right, break time, 5 minutes, and then we'll actually maybe write some code when we get back. All right, see you shortly. All right, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back if you're coming back. Make sure you've stretched and hydrated. If you've been sitting this whole time, please do get up and stretch, shake out your arms and legs, and then come on back when you're ready. As always, pet your dogs, pet your cats, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come back. Alrighty, we are back, folks. Good to see you all again. Hey, intelligence, how are ya? Good to see you. I feel like it's been a little while. Good to have you here. We are just refactoring some code. Oh, I forgot my water. 1 second. All right, we are just refactoring an application that we built a few weeks ago, and it's kind of funny. This application is for a local museum to help folks look up the burial locations of people in the local cemetery. So there's a few thousand people buried in the local cemetery, and so and instead of having to look through a paper binder, now they can query. They can just type in a form, and it will search a database, and it will return information about that person. They were supposed to give me like a week's notice before they wanted me to do a live demo in front of like the local museum committee. Instead, I got 3 days. So, hey, might as well do it on stream because we got to get it done. So it's all good. I like helping the local community and helping the local museum. So that's right. We got to get it done. So, yep, whatever's going to happen. And I could have demonstrated the project as it currently exists just using sample data. That would have been fine. They wouldn't have cared, but I wanted to actually use the real data and the real structure. So that's what we're doing now. All right. So like we mentioned before, so this table right here, this is the like sample data that we built a few weeks ago. This table here is the real data with obviously some sanitization for stream purposes. We've blanked out everybody's last names, but this is the real structure of the data, and I will be replacing it again with the real data once the stream is over. So we need to essentially make sure that when we're doing queries, we have to match these fields exactly. So in the previous table, we've got, the fields are slightly different, right? They're just different categorizations, same information, just different categorizations. So we have to match these values instead. So it won't be terribly difficult. And one way we can actually get the information, let's say, because I want to, I need to match all these column names. One way we can actually retrieve that information is using a query we saw earlier. So we did this query before, select star from information schema.columns, where table name equals whatever. So again, this is metadata. That's kind of what we talked about it before, is this is metadata. So if I want to quickly retrieve information about a table in order to, say, build additional queries against it, if I want to get information about that table, I can do a query against its metadata and, for example, get a list of all of its column names. So I don't want to retrieve all the data from this table. I just want to retrieve information about the columns and what they're called. So based on what you can see here on the screen, how do you think I should build this query? What should I be selecting if I just want the names of the columns based on what you see here? Yeah, I'm only going to return one field, and that's going to be column name. So I'm going to select column name from information schema.columns, which is our metadata table, where the table name is grave registry. Get that? And there we go. As soon as I do, I just get a nice list of all the column names, and that's going to help me build my query. Now, I will say one thing that is less nice about Supabase than maybe some other SQL tools is that I can't just like click on this and like have it select all of the fields for me like I'm used to. You can export this data as a CSV, which is what I did before. I've already done this. So rather than me doing it again, I'm just going to grab that data, but you can, so just export it as a CSV into Excel or Google Sheets or whatever, and you can grab the list that way. So since I've already done that, I'm going to get that information. And I'm essentially just going to replace what's in my existing queries with the new column field. So we're going to go kind of up to the top here and go down to my queries. All right, perfect. That's the first one. So do this, drop that in. And one other thing we didn't talk about here is, well, I'll ask you guys. So if I am selecting columns from a table, there's a few different ways I could do it, right? Essentially, I'm grabbing all of the columns here. This is all the columns in the table. So normally to get all the columns in a table, I would do select star, right? I would just say select star from Grave Registry and then where whatever. What would be a reason why I might explicitly list all the columns in the table in my select statement? Why might I, even though I'm still getting all the columns, why might I explicitly list all the columns in the table in my select statement? What would be the reason for that when I could just do a select star and get everything anyway? Anybody know? Interesting guesses. Table, same column names. Well, yes. So yes, this essentially, if I wanted to get all the columns in a table, I could do a select star, right? I could say select star from Grave Registry. In this case, I'm essentially doing the same thing. I'm listing out all the columns explicitly. And I'm getting the same number of columns, but by listing them out explicitly, I can put them in a specific what? I can put them in a specific order. Yeah, exactly. That's the difference between doing a select star and then, yeah, exactly. And then listing, and that's the difference between doing a select star and listing all of the columns. Yeah. So there's a few different reasons why you might, list columns in a select versus doing a select star. You don't always, and that's as Kenny said, welcome Kenny, by the way, good to have you here. As Kenny said, sometimes you don't want all the columns, right? So that might be a reason why you would just, say select, say ID, title, surname, first name. You might only want 4 columns. And so that would be an obvious reason to just list the columns that you want rather than everything. However, a reason why you might choose to list all the columns, retrieve all the columns and list all the columns explicitly is if you want them in a very specific order in your result set. Yeah. Yeah, and exactly, that's another great point. Another reason you might list the columns explicitly is that you might want to protect against potential future columns being added to the database that might break what you're trying to do. Exactly. So essentially, by listing the columns out in your query, you are controlling exactly which columns you get in the result, no matter how many columns are in the table, exactly which columns you get in the result, and you can ensure that they will always be in the order that you specify. And that's important, especially when what we're doing here is we're taking this data, we're taking these results, and we're packaging them up as an object, and we're sending them to our front end. And so our front end is expecting specific columns in a specific order. So for example, in our first in our first sort of route here, what we're doing is we are searching for, you know, whatever terms the user specified, right? And we're sending that data back X number of records in an object. And as a reminder, what we're doing there is we're literally just putting those records directly into a table. Okay? So, and I realized I actually copied and pasted I think I copied and pasted the wrong list of records, but the point still stands, is that oh, and actually we'll need to modify this to match the count of fields. But anyway, so what we're doing here is we're taking those records and we're pasting them directly into a table by looping through each record. So it's expecting that the right fields are present and they are in the correct order in order to be in the right cells in the table. So we needed to specify a strict arrangement and specific columns in order for our table to actually work on the front end. So that's why we've listed all the columns here. I'm just gonna, I think this is actually fine, but I'm just going to copy and paste and make sure I'm getting from the, yeah, I don't think this is gonna, no, that's gonna be exactly the same. Okay, great, cool. Well, that's whatever, it doesn't matter. So we're grabbing all those in a specific order, and then we're going to order by surname. Again, making sure I'm getting the right columns here. Oh, hey, Mattel, that's EJS. So we're using EJS on the front end, which is a framework that we can use to essentially accept dynamic results from the server. So like an unknown number of records, and then loop through those records, do a little bit of front-end logic. So not to the extent that we could do with like React, but just a little bit of front-end logic to loop through a result set like an object, and then render that out in the browser as HTML. So if in this case, we're going to allow the user to search and then return between 0 and n number of records, right? We don't know how many that's going to be. We package that up as an object, we send it to the front end, and then EJS is going to render out as many table rows as we need in order to display that data. Yep, that's EJS. So that's what that's for. So order by surname, and then we are going to modify our query here. Oops, not that. Here. And then first name is the other field. And then I believe birth year and death year are the same, but just for consistency, I'm going to drop those in like that. Now, you'll notice that I'm not changing these values. Why am I not changing these values? Why am I changing these values but not these? See if we remember what these are. Yeah, exactly. These are the values from the form, right? This is what's being passed up from our form. So we don't need to change these. We could if we wanted, but there's no need because these are just being essentially passed up from the form. These are variables we've declared ourselves. And then all we're doing is we're just comparing them against the appropriate field in the database. Yeah, exactly. So we don't need to change those. And yep, exactly. We're passing them in through rec.query from straight up from the form. So those are literally the names of the fields in the form. All right, so then here we're just executing. All right. Yeah, it's almost like if we're thinking about like how this is being built here, yes, it's kind of like EJS almost. Yeah, they're not, and the query isn't done. Yes, correct. The query is being done in the database, on the database side. We are sending that request, right? We're sending that request to the database to do this query and fulfill it out. Now, it's kind of like EJS almost, right? We're specifying the type of thing that we want, but then when it renders out, or when it actually, executes against the database, it's going to be rendered out as a SQL statement, which is going to be run against the database, and then we get the result, right? So yeah, it's kind of like EJS, but in the other direction, against the database instead. It's going to be executed as actual SQL. Yeah. Oh my goodness, Epic 50 Cal, thank you so much for the sub. My subscription alerts aren't working right now, but I'll play you this one. It's not going to have your name on it, but there you go. Thank you, Epic 50 Cal. Hello. Good to see you, friend. Dr. Moto says Robert drop table grave register. Yeah, exactly. Little Bobby tables. Yep. Every SQL developer's favorite comic. Yeah. Okay. Done that. And then we'll update our other query down here. Now this one's going to be slightly different. So we're going to be selecting a slightly different Bobby tables. Top table Timmy. No, yeah, it's little Bobby tables. Little Bobby tables. Yep. Actually, no, this one is actually going to be the same as the other one, because I did make a bit of a UI change here. I decided I did want to show all the data to the user when we get the update record. So yeah, that's going to be the same fields. And again, we're going to say where it equals to ID. Oop. Oh, what is that? Okay, why did that work? You subbed for 3 months. Thank you, up to 50 cal. Okay, so that notification works. Great. Thank you for the test. So thank you, 50 cal. They subscribed with Prime, which is awesome. So yeah, my Prime alerts work apparently. So if you want a custom alert, you got to sub with Prime. And hey, subbing with Prime also is free anyway. So it's like a win-win, right? You get an actual alert, and it doesn't cost you anything. So if you're an Amazon Prime subscriber, drop your favorite streamer sub. Doesn't have to be me. I never ask for that kind of thing. Doesn't have to be me, but anyone. Just make sure that you're using it on someone, right? Don't let it go to waste. Dr. Moda says, I did Prime, it didn't work. I don't know. That makes no sense to me, man. I'm sorry. Twitch is killing me, man. It's bad out here. Yeah, Kenny, it does cost $200 a year. That's why I share like Prime with my family. Like I share Prime with like multiple family members, and we just have like all of our different addresses in there. And I'm the only one that like actually like uses Twitch, so I just use the Prime sub part of it. Yeah. Yeah, I really only use like the Prime sub part, and then I use it to get like credits on like Kindle books and stuff. Well, mostly I just want people to use their Prime sub so that it actually costs Jeff Bezos money, right? Like that's the goal, is that it doesn't cost you the little, the peasants. Like I'm sure he views us as peasants, right? It doesn't cost us peasants anything, but it actually does cost the multi-bajillionaire a small fraction of his literally infinite wealth, right? So we all gotta chip away at it. Yeah, right? We're all little peasants compared to those people. And so anything we can do to just chip away at the monolith that is their unfathomable, ill-gotten wealth, I think that's, it's all within that's within our duty to try and do. Capitalism is the bad guy in this scenario. Absolutely. Let's take Prime subs from the rich and give to the poor. Okay, so we've updated this, and I think we're good here. Yep, nothing to change in this function either. A pleasant peasant. Okay, and we are gonna have to make a change in this function. So another thing here too is as soon as I finished updating the fields, I'm gonna go through and make sure that I've updated all my table names too, because this is the old table. Yeah, I think I said this. I think I said this in the last stream too. It's capitalism is a game that you are born into, and so you're born into the game. Everyone else is already playing. They have been playing, and you also aren't allowed to see the rule book. And only people that can afford it are allowed to buy the rule book. So yeah, it's stacked against everybody except for a very small number of people. Yeah, from the moment you're born. So all we can do is play the game as best we can without understanding any of the rules and being way behind in the whole you know in the pace of play. So all right, so second that, and I think that's all the field updates we need to do. Now I'm going to do a quick find and replace and make sure that I've updated my table names as well. Let's see, oh, here, yeah. I'm going to change this to grave registry. Boop. And boop. Oops, did I not do that? Okay, there we go. There we go. And there we go. Great. Okay, so should be all updated on the server side, and then we'll make our changes in our front end as well. I think we're good. Oh, it was in the huddle. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I couldn't remember. I knew I'd said something about it somewhere, and I couldn't remember. I get pretty spicy in those huddles. A little bit more spicy than I do here on stream. It's all about the energy, man. Vibes. If anybody's wondering, the huddle is basically it's a thing that happens on the 100 Devs Discord server, and they happen every Friday, hosted by Leon Noel, the founder of 100 Devs, and it's really about it's like a roundtable kind of a thing where folks can come in, they can, especially folks that are on the job hunt, they can get help with interviews, they can get help with job hunting, resumes, crafting their personal bios, yeah, getting clients for freelancing, all that sort of thing. It's really kind of just an open Q&A roundtable session, so things can kind of get get jazzed up sometimes. Yeah, it's every Tuesday and Friday generally. Yeah, and it's fun to be live. You Slack huddle the other day, open source meeting because meeting moderator didn't attend and he owns the Zoom meeting. That's funny. All right, I think we're good in the server. Let's head on over to our index.ejs. Oh, I'm going to save first. Let's head on over to our index.ejs. And here, first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to copy and paste in a few extra styles. No, actually, no, I think I don't need to here. I think we're good on styles. I don't think I need to touch this form. So this form here is just the search form where they can put in the last name, first name, birth year, death year. And again, I don't have to update this because this is all what we are declaring. We're sending this up to the server. Servers were already configured to receive it. And so I don't want to modify these search fields at all. So nothing needs to change here. Now we are going to have to make changes here because this is where we're getting results back from the database. So we're getting an object, and that object is called records. And that object is going to contain one or more rows that are returned by our table. So what I need to make sure is that my table structure matches the shape or the configuration of the records that I'm getting back from the database. Yeah, the huddle, if you are in 100 Devs, please attend the huddles, even if you're not looking for a job right now. They are so informative. It's where Leon often announces upcoming things, so I do recommend attending. They're live, they're fun. There's a lot of I'm in there, I'm in chat, I'm posting nonstop gifs and getting spicy. So if you want some entertainment there, I attend almost every one of them. They're a lot of fun. They are at 5:30 p.m. Eastern, so whatever time that is for you. It's often, kind of a challenge for me to get to them, even, because it's right after work for me. But I still make an effort to do it because they're a lot of fun. No, I do. I get fired up. It never, never. And the nice thing about the huddles is they are always positive. It's not a mean sort of a. It's not a like a free for all. It's still maintains all the standards and rules of the 100 devs community, but it's a place where we can, be, share stories, ask honest questions, call out bad business practices, rag on capitalism a little bit, those types of things. It's fun, but it's always a very supportive environment for for the attendees and for the community. Yeah, Copper Lily. Yeah, Copper Lily posts some amazing jokes. It's great. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Okay, so now here we're gonna have to match our table structure to the actual structure of the database table, the fields we're returning from the database. So I'm just gonna pop those in there. And these don't have to be all caps. These are just literally, column titles that we are setting. I chose to make them all caps because I thought it was easier to read. I'm still not totally sold on that, but I mean, these could be whatever we want. I just need the total number of headers. These are the column headers. I need the total number of headers to equal the total number of fields that I am getting back from the database. So I could call them, I don't know, the names of the Power Rangers or whatever, and it wouldn't matter. It just needs to match the count. And then I'm going to loop through each record. And I don't need to change anything here either, right? Because I am just populating it based on the data I get back. So whatever that is, as long as the count is correct of headers, my table structure is going to look fine. So I'll save that. Copper Lily says, don't encourage me. No, I like your jokes, Copper Lily. I am going to encourage you. Frankly impossible, Dr. Moto. You have to experience it live, I'm afraid. You have to experience the majesty that is Copper Lily in their element in the huddle chat. Okay, let's check this. I think our login should be fine. Again, these are all sort of local fields that we're setting. And we're just taking that username and password information, we're passing it in, and we are just sending it right up to Supabase for authentication. So I think we should be fine here. I'm just checking to make sure, but I think there's nothing different. Oh, one thing I did change here, and this is more of just a user interface type change that I made. So in this original version, on the input box here, the user would have to type the username every single time. But the way I've built this application, there is only one possible username. There's only one user that exists. And I've only defined one user in my database structure here. It's this one user right here. This is it. Admin@cottage.com. That's the one user. And so essentially what I did here instead is I said, actually, I'll let you guys tell me. If I want to make it so that the default value in this input box is that name, that username, and that the user cannot change that value, but it still gets submitted with the form, what are the two properties I'm going to need to add to this input box? We need to add two things. It needs to, so the stipulations are, it needs to have a hard-coded value in it, and that value needs to get submitted with the form. Les said, yeah, we're gonna need to add, exactly. We're gonna need to add a value attribute, because the value, now, why wouldn't I put placeholder? What's the difference between value and placeholder? Because I could also add a placeholder value too, right? And it would show the username in there too. But why do I add value? The only way that can be done is with Dharma and Jalada Tanagra. Ha! That's great. I love that episode. Shaka, when the walls fell. Yes, absolutely. Right, exactly, D-Rocks. Placeholder is display only. So it looks similar to using value, but it doesn't affect the actual value that is stored and then passed up in the form object. So there's a difference. They look similar, visually, right? But placeholder is meant to just be like Les said. I like that. It's a hint. It's like a tooltip almost to tell the user what they're supposed to put in there. But it doesn't actually put something into the form data when it's submitted. So we need to explicitly add the value property, and we're going to put admin at cottage.com, right? And then the read-only property is going to be set to read-only. So the value will still be displayed. They can't change it because there's no choice anyway, so why make them type it every time? And then password, they will have to type because they still do need to log in properly. So save that. And then we'll go to our update page. All right, I did add a couple of extra styles here. I really just copied the styles from the index.html and just drop them in here. And that's what made me think is that I probably actually do, at this point, I think I do want to add a global CSS file. I haven't done it yet, but I probably will. Just because we're getting, some duplicate styles now on both the index and update. So at this point, I think it might be worth doing a global CSS file to kind of shrink the size of this head a little bit. But, again, that's one of those iterative things that you start out with one way and then you can always change it later. Doesn't have to be set in stone from the beginning. That's why we have minimum viable products. I think that's the most common trouble that new developers have when they're getting into building their first few projects is that they think it has to be, a monolith from the very beginning. It has to be fully fleshed out before they can even start building. When really, no, minimum viable product, think about, okay, what is the minimum level of functionality that my app needs in order to do what it was made for, right? What's the minimum amount of features and functions and styles that my app needs to perform the action, the reason, the thing that I built it for. So start with building that, get that done. And then once it's working and you understand why it works and you've got the basic structure, then go back, refactor it, and add another feature, add more styles, whatever, something, and do that multiple times. Then eventually you'll have your big, beautiful, functional application. Kabbalah says, I still struggle with this. Yeah, it's a common struggle, I think. I think that's one of those situations where it's easier to build applications in like a corporate team environment in that way because you're forced to follow that kind of MVP building block kind of structure, right? You get your little ticket, you build your part of the application, and then you next ticket, you build the next little bit, and you're going in your sprints and you're kind of chunking away at it. Versus with personal projects, it can be easy to get in real deep, real fast, and suddenly you're tweaking like individual little styles for something that doesn't even work properly yet. And so that's a reminder I like to give every so often, especially because the way we kind of build things here on Stream is often from, soup to nuts, start to finish. And that's, and when I'm developing the projects that we do build here on Stream, that's not how I do it. I will, without fail, I will always use the MVP method. I will think, okay, in the case of this app here, the way I started with it was I said, okay, can I essentially create one form on one page that can hit the database and get back an object with the right records in it. It wasn't even, I didn't even make it so it could display like on the page. I just had it so it would console log the object with the correct records that the user was searching for. That was the first round. And I was like, okay, great. That works. Now I'm going to make it so it actually displays the records, and so I just had I got the whole, the search page functionality down. And then after that, I actually did like a first round demo with one of the people from the museum. And I said, hey, is this going to be something that's useful for you? So that was, I didn't even have the rest of the functionality in place. And I said, okay, sounds like you like this. You're excited. Great. How about I add the ability to update records? Let's do that. And so then that was the next thing, is I added the ability to update records, but I didn't add authentication because that was a separate feature. I just added, okay, can I make it so I can update records in the database now? And then the third thing I added, the final thing, was the authentication part. So it's not often a straight line, right? You're gonna iterate, you're gonna do bits at a time, get those things working, and then go on to the next thing. Dr. Moda says adding features is so daunting. In what way? In that you don't know what features you want to add, or you feel like there's a lot of features that you want to add and you're not sure how to do it, or what's daunting about it? I'm wondering. I'll keep going here. So we did styles. Okay. This is all static here, so we don't need to worry about that. And then we're going to head down here to our update statement. Okay, so I did add some additional logic here that wasn't here before. So in the original version of this application, on the update page, it would just kind of show all the fields and jumble them together, and it would just list them side by side. And like on like one line that would wrap to the next line, and it would just be an endless list of fields, and it was really hard to figure out what was what. So I decided to, thank you so much for the follow, Snake Boot. I like your name, Snake Boot. Yeah, so I decided I wanted to actually sort of do something similar to the home page here. I wanted to put these fields in a table, and I can show you what that looks like. So it's like this. So instead of just having all the fields listed out on one single line, every field right after the other, I decided I wanted them in a table structure like this. So you have one field name and one value on each line, and then you have your update button. So in order to do that, I had to think about how these loops work, right? Because we're taking this big object, and then for each row in the object, we're building a form, and then the field name becomes the label, and then the value goes into the input box. So for each row, there's two components. Essentially there's a wrapper component, which is the form. This wraps around both values, and then the field name becomes the label, and the value becomes the input box. So kind of thinking about how this works. In our search results here, essentially I want my table to wrap around everything. So the whole table is going to wrap around everything. If there are records returned back from the database, then I'm going to create a table. Woo. Zex94, thank you so much for the follow. Good to have you here. Celeste says, I love that you mentioned your process. The whole picture can definitely be overwhelming if you don't break it down. Yeah. And again, that's another reminder that, the kind of stuff you see me do here on stream, and the kind of, anything you see on social media is a curated version of whatever happens in real life, right? It's always going to be curated or managed in some way to make it look easier and better than it actually is in real life. Real life is messy and hard and has multiple steps, and those steps aren't often, displayed on social media or out in the world because that's inconvenient or or not streamlined or not, whatever. And so it's important I like to talk about like what my actual process is, because and I would love to show my actual process here on stream, but then I would be having 10-hour streams, every week. So I got to cut it down somehow, guys. So I do have to kind of streamline things a little bit. But yeah, I do like to be honest about what the actual process is. I'm not just pulling this stuff, I'm not just pulling this stuff out of my butt. It's I've gone through all the hard part already, and I show you guys the easy route and talk about it while I'm doing it. For example, I wanted this to be like a 2-hour stream today, and here we are, 3 hours and 10 minutes in. I can't help myself. And this is after I've already done it once. Anyway, if there's records back from the database, we are setting up a table. So I'm going to wrap this whole all this information in a table. I want to make sure I get the button. Yep. So everything's going to get wrapped in my table tags here. And then I want my table to have headers. So those are just going to be hard-coded. It's just going to be the field name and the value. So those will go outside of the loop. Well, those will go outside of the, those are going to go outside of the loop, right? Because I only want to set my headers once. So that's the first thing. We got our static header row here. And then for each record that gets returned from the database, I'm still going to declare a form. And actually, this form can actually wrap around. Yeah, this form is actually going to wrap around all of the records. So my form is going to have X number of input fields. However many records are in a row, I don't remember. Those are all going to be wrapped in this form tag here. And then inside of the loop, for each field in the record, I'm going to create a row. I'm going to create a row, and it's not going to contain the button. Yeah, so it's not going to contain the button. And each row should contain 2 fields. So each of the labels should be wrapped in a TD. I know my tabbing is all screwy here. I'll fix it in a minute. The label's going to get wrapped in a TD, and the input box is going to get wrapped in a TD. So we're creating 2 cells for each row, and then a row for each record. The whole thing's wrapped in a form, which is wrapped in a table. Yeah. TD. Okay. That's the worst tabbing I've ever done. All right. Okay. Tab. There we go. Back that up. Nope, I want that. Nope, I don't want that there. I want that there. There we go. There. There. Okay. Cool. So I hope that makes sense a little bit. So we have our header row at the top, which is static. We only want one of those. And then all of the form boxes below it, so all the potential values that could be updated, they get wrapped in a form. We're going to loop through each field that we got back from the database. And we're going to loop through essentially each key value pair in the object that we got back from the database. And for each one of those, we're going to create a row. And then that row is going to have the label and the input box. So the key and the value. And then we're going to go around and we're going to do another row and another row and another row. So as many as we need to in order to get through the fields in the record that we got back. And then at the very end, we're going to have our button. Hey, Cascade, good to see you here. No worries. I always say that nobody has to sit through an entire stream because I know my streams are long. That's why I record them. That is why, they're recorded and then they become available on YouTube later. So no worries. That's why I do that, because it's not, your health should always come first, right? It's important to be healthy, and whatever is healthy to you is however you watch it is all good with me. I know some people always watch my recordings and they watch me on like 2 times speed. And I'm like, hey, that's awesome. A lot of people do that with Leon's stuff too. Whatever you got to do. Okay, I think we're good there. Message. Okay, last thing I want to do here is I need to update this value here because we don't have a field called Memorial ID anymore. It's just called ID. And if that ID, if the field is ID, I'm going to make sure it has a read-only property so it can't be updated. And the last thing I want to do is I want to do one more check and update this label a little bit to say if the field is ID, then I want to add an additional note to tell the user that it can't be changed. So if the field is ID, then it should say ID cannot be changed. Okay. Phew. I think we're good. I think that was everything. Basically, all we did there is we just went through the entire project. We looked for any field names that needed to be updated. We made sure that any UI elements would match the number and order of records that we're getting back from the database to essentially show the user exactly what they expect when they do these queries. Okay. All right, let's see if we can run it. Now, What am I missing? If I try to run this right now, it's not going to work. What am I missing? Because I cloned this down from GitHub. What am I missing here in this project in order to make it run? Yeah, environment variables, baby. Yep, exactly. Most common thing that people forget when they clone a project down from GitHub is environment variables, because any developer worth their salt isn't going to be pushing their database credentials up to the up to GitHub, right? Although I'm 100% sure we've all done it at some point, right? Yes, we've all done it. Yeah, so we're going to do that first. Yes, and then Les, you're exactly right. We're going to need to do one more thing too. So I'm going to make sure I put it in the right place. Do my new, whoops, not there. I say that and then I put it in the wrong place immediately. We're going to do our .env. .env. There we go. And I'm going to drag this over on the other screen for a minute. Bear with me while I put my credentials in there. Essentially, we need two variables. We need our Supabase URL and the Supabase API key, which Supabase will give you. It will tell you exactly. So again, if you are wondering how to connect to Supabase, check the docs. It walks you through it. It gives you the exact functions you need. It gives you the exact variables you need. And you can literally just copy and paste and drop it into your server. Yes, and since we cloned this down from GitHub, the other thing we're going to need to do also is set up our packages. But again, since we cloned this down from GitHub, we already know exactly which packages we're going to need. So we don't need to install them individually. We can just do an npm I. There we go, and install them. So now we've got our appropriate node modules, and it's done. So we should have everything we need now. Okay, so if I want to know what script I need to run in order to start this application, I can look in my package.json and see what it says. Generally, it's going to be pretty standard, but you never know. People might have different environments that you can run, dev, prod, QA, whatever, based on what script you use. And if you need something to be built or whatever first. In this case, we're just going to use the standard npm start. And we'll see what happens. Okay. Oh, it's I need to change my server number. Great. I'm glad we get the chance to troubleshoot this though. I know what happened here because I knew as soon as I hit enter what it was going to do, but this is kind of a scary error, right? So let's look at this error and we'll troubleshoot it a little bit. So we got a node error when we tried to run it. And it gives us a lot of, kind of gobbledygook here. But if we scroll up a little bit, the nice thing about node is that if you scroll up to the top of the error, that's generally where the good stuff is. It's going to tell you what's wrong. So it tells us right here. It says, listen. So that's giving us a big clue right there. We already know that there's only one place that listen is used in our application. EADDR in use. So this probably means, address in use, right? Address already in use, 3000. So I already have something running on server 3000, which is the version of the product we've been looking at this entire time. So I'm going to go to my server and I'm just going to change that number. Normally I remember to do that, but I didn't this time. That's okay. Let's see, I got my port declared up here, I think. So we'll just change it to 5000 and we'll save. There we go. And we'll try again. I can use the up arrow to recall the previous command and then do that. Okay, it's give me a warning, but that's okay. Server running on port 5000. That's showing me that my server is up. So let's head over here and we'll do our localhost 5000. Not 3000, but 5000, baby. Okay, great. So we're up and running. Let's look for someone. I want to look for everybody. Give me a year. Somebody give me a year. Thank you, Mattel. Yeah, I love sunflowers. Okay, we'll do, we won't do birth year. I don't think I have, probably won't get many results that way. Let's do 2004 for death year. Not to be morbid, but let's see if we get any results. Hey, we get results. All right, so that tells us that the R part of our application, the read part of our application is working, right? We can read the database. Death year, yeah. 4,000. Ah, let's see. So if we recall, I put in protections in this form so you can't search for years that don't make sense. Yep. Yeah, that's the type of a thing a QA tester would do, right? So yeah, I did put in a value there that would not be possible. Um, so um, so it won't even allow you to submit it because the validation is on the form side of things. Front end protections, baby. Yeah, if at all possible, you should be inputting. We kind of talked about this a little bit in terms of security before, but if that's you should be putting in multiple layers of protection if you can. So you can do basic front end validation in the form itself, right? You can limit the number of values they can enter. You can specify the type of value they can enter, that type of thing, and then you can do additional checks in client side JavaScript if you have it. Additional checks in your server, make sure that your database has the appropriate primary keys, and if it's MongoDB, make sure you have a schema in place. Also make sure, if you're in a relational database, it's already going to be checking for data types. But yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of protections you can put in at various points. Mohammed says, do you use Passport or JWT for auth? Neither. Actually, Supabase auth handles this for us. Supabase has authentication built in. So we talked about that a little bit earlier. You actually don't have to, we're just using Supabase built-in authentication. Supabase is, I created the user in Supabase, and Supabase is handling the auth process for us. We're still creating a session in the server so we can do checks at the page level and stuff, but it's actually checking the password and that kind of thing. But if you want to know more about using Passport and that kind of thing, we've done that before on stream. So I have other, if you just search for if you go to my YouTube channel, just search auth, !YouTube if you need a link. We've done other projects where we've done the authentication ourselves. It's just I don't need to do maintenance for 25 years. So, but yeah, anyway, we can see that the death year search worked. And so if I search for a different one, that's worked as well. Perfect. Yeah. Got some people lived a long life, definitely. Okay, so search works. Now let's test our authentication. All right, we can see that the username is hard-coded now. And I'll type the password. See if we can log in. Yes, we can log in successfully. Great. And now let's search for an ID. I forgot to grab one. I'll get one from my spreadsheet here on the side. I'm going to find the person with the earliest birth date that I can see here. Birth year. Ooh, wow. Okay, so the person with the earliest birth year in this cemetery, and remember, these are real birth dates. The person with the earliest birthday in this cemetery is this person. And their birth date was 1814. So pretty wild. 1814. And so we can see all the values have populated, and I can edit these values. And I'm going to replace all this data anyway, so it doesn't matter what we change. But for example, in this particular person here, their birth month, and we don't know anything about them other than just the years that they lived and died. So if we did know their birth month and date, we could do, we'd fill that in. And one thing I've noticed just looking at some of this data is that especially the women, a lot of them were originally just recorded as like Mrs. whatever. Like they didn't even get the dignity of like having their actual first name on the stone or recorded in the ledger. Um, and so I think one of the cool things about this application is going to be if someone comes in who knew that person, like actually knew who they were as a person, not just as so-and-so's wife, right? They can come in and that can fill in that missing information. Like, okay, what was their actual first name? It wasn't just, Mrs. Bowers or whatever. It was, it was Emily Bowers, and she lived from X to Y, XYZ to XYZ. And maybe there could be a little note about what she liked or who she was. And so I think that's going to be one of the cool things about this application is that we can get family members in here recording their own local history to share that history with others for people who may not have had much of a voice in the past, which I think should be pretty neat. So I'm excited about that. The question was, move from farmers. What does that mean? It just shows that at one point their remains were transferred from another cemetery. So in this case, since this grave or whatever was so old, the cemetery may have been, overgrown or bulldozed for apartments or something. So it's that's why this is potentially moved here from another cemetery. Let's see. Rex says, if you're doing this for work, would you code this from scratch or use frameworks? I would probably use established frameworks, and in general, if I was doing something for work, we have like established documentation and standards and processes that we would use. And if it's a repeatable process, I would probably take it from from an old repository, like just to grab that and modify it to do what I need it to do. I would definitely follow whatever standard practices. If I would code it from scratch if I had to, but I would probably be following specific standards anyway. Mark White says 1814 seems like only yesterday. Yeah, it's an old cemetery for the United States. I know there's lots of cemeteries that are much older in all the European viewers out there are probably like, ha, amateurs, right? But this is pretty old for the U.S. It was only what is it, like less than 50 years after our country was founded, so pretty good. Oh, you're good, Dr. Moto. I understood what you got. Yeah, see what you're saying. But yeah, that's pretty old for American style. All right, we'll see if we can update this record and we'll see if it works. So I'll make sure I grab the ID. So we'll see if we get these birth dates and death dates get put in here. Antebellum, yeah. Yeah, prior to the Civil War anyway. All right, so now we'll oh, it says error updating record. Okay, error updating record. Let's see if we have anything. Okay, so there's nothing to see here because there isn't a problem on the client side. So the client application worked exactly as expected, which is good, right? If there is a problem, we want the application to fail gracefully, and it absolutely did here, right? It gave the user an error that's not scary. It just says, hey, there's a problem. So that's good. But we need to see exactly what happened on the server side to figure out what went wrong. But yeah, the application failed the way it was supposed to, which is good. Strain says, coding in work teams is a lot of what's best for everyone in general and less what would I use here. Yeah, absolutely. I would say there's a lot of, but there's some standards that I follow at work that I'm like, oh, this is never what I would do if I was building this for myself, but I'm not building it for myself. I'm building it based on, decades of legacy code, and things have to work a certain way, right? Like right now I'm maintaining multiple applications, multiple custom built desktop applications that we use for like internal team tools and tasks. Like they were built by another developer on the team, and they're all built on like .NET 4.0, which if you know anything about .NET, that was a while ago, and it's completely out of support by Microsoft and stuff, but they're just internal applications, so it really doesn't matter. And yeah, like I would love to upgrade them to like newer versions of .NET and port them over to C# from Visual Basic, but it's more about, again, it's about like, okay, what's best for everybody, and what's best for everybody is that I don't spend, a week migrating these applications over to something that isn't going to make that big of a difference. So yeah, a lot of it is the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, right? No worries, Mishuka. Thanks for coming in today. Les says decades of legacy code is triggering for me. Please issue a warning beforehand. Yeah, I mean it's inevitable. You're always going to get a longer and longer tail of code that's never going to get fixed. Strain says just one more sprint and then we could refactor. I know. The one thing I've pledged to do is I'm going to migrate all those tools from to click once deployments off of. They're currently all on like a custom a completely custom and manual like deployment process, like whenever we want to release a new version of the tool, and it's like multiple steps, each of which could go horribly wrong at some point. And it's like I just want to put them on click once so I can do 2 clicks and just deploy the freaking application. So I have said I'm going to do that, but again, one more sprint. It's always a sprint away though. We'll got to find the time to do it. Anyway, let's figure out what happened here. Okay. So, aha, here we go. Yeah, so my console is telling me exactly what's wrong. All right, so we're getting that. Okay. Error updating record. Invalid input syntax for type big and undefined. Okay, so what that's telling me, all those Vim shortcuts. What that's telling me is that it's trying to put something into a number field that is an undefined value. So looks like my form maybe didn't submit properly. So we'll look and see, or it wasn't structured the way it should have been. So let's take a look at the form submission. It's specifically this update form here. So we'll see what happened there. So the form populated correctly. So it put all the records in the appropriate spots. But when it tried to actually perform the update action, something didn't align properly, and so it was trying what that again, this is the advantage of having these typed columns the way they are, is that it's not going to put something in a column that shouldn't be there. It's not going to put something in a column that shouldn't be there. Did you see the errors of your mouse ways? I'm afraid I'm always going to be a sucker for the what's it called? Point and click, right? I'm always going to be a sucker for it. All right, let's see what happened here. So if I go to my update, let's see, actually, no, I'm going to go to server.ejs, and I want to look at this update function here. I imagine I forgot to change something there. So we're just calling it here. Aha! I think, let me see. Update, record ID, if there's an error, throw the error. Oh, yeah, I found the problem. Does anybody spot the problem? I think I found it. Les says form data fields will not match fields in database. That's a great guess. Yes. You're very close. Hi, it's me. I'm the problem. You're not the problem, Dr. Bodo. But I know I get the joke. You're very close. So essentially, this part is okay. Our form data fields will match the records in the database. And I'll show you why here. So let's, I'm going to make sure I have this ID, and we'll reload this. And, oh, it logged me out. Okay. That's working as expected. Okay. Pop that in there. Search. So what we're doing here is we're essentially just going into the database. We're grabbing the one matching record that matches this ID, because this ID is the primary key. And then we're literally just listing out the raw fields from the database as well as the raw records. So the structure of this form, and by definition, the structure of the object that it generates when it gets submitted, is going to match all the fields in the database. Right? it is going to match all the fields in the database because we're just literally grabbing the record straight out of the database and then sending it straight back in. The only thing we're potentially editing here is the actual values. However, so that's why we can kind of use a bit of a shorthand there. We can just say update and then pass in the form data directly. We don't have to manipulate it in any way. The only thing we're doing is we are grabbing the ID value. We're saying const record ID equals the ID, and then we are storing that in a variable only because we need to do an equals comparison later. So we're updating everything other than the ID value. But the mistake that I made is I didn't change this value here because, again, since we're grabbing the record straight out of the database and just building a form dynamically with that information, the name of this field is just ID now and not memorial ID anymore. It used to be memorial ID, but it's essentially just whatever the column is called. And so it's ID, title, surname, etc. So the mistake I made was just not changing that. And so the error that we got said invalid input syntax for type big int undefined. And what it was trying to do is it was trying to create this variable and essentially pass in a empty value, or probably an empty object or whatever, empty array, who knows, something empty, undefined, whatever. And then it was trying to do an EQ here. It didn't find anything to match, nothing to update, can't do anything about it. So just need to change this and this, and then everything else should be fine. Correct. You're right, Liz. Save that. Oh, feel free to share, Holly, if you've got more information on the on how those query methods work, if you want to. And then everything else should be fine. Okay, we'll save that and we'll try again. Also, I want to fix one other thing. Nope, not there. It's up here. It's just a cosmetic thing. Let's see. I think we should be... Yeah. Ooh, goodness. That's a heck of a link. I might have to look at that later. No, it's all right. You're okay. You tried. Holy URL, Batman. TypeScript Playground. Okay. Yeah, I was console logging the username and password. We're going to get rid of that. Okay. We'll kill this. Well, you saw it anyway. It's all right. I'll change it. Here, I'll go burr. Oops, that's okay. Don't worry about it. All right, now let's try this again. Update a record. And then we will... Okay, do that. And then I need to grab the ID, enter that. Okay, now let's try updating again. So we'll do 1, 3. Update. Hey, we got a successful update. So we'll go back home and we will, let's see, that person's birth year was 1814. Search. There we go. And we've got our populated birth month, birthday, death month, death day. Hooray. So it's working now. Awesome. Holly, as long as it's shorter, if you can make a shorter version. Holy URL Batman, yeah. But yeah, I think we're cooking now. I think we are cooking. Good to go. So yeah, I feel like I feel like this is ready for the demo for the museum on Wednesday. I'm meeting with the museum committee and gonna haul in my laptop. But the other thing I want to do, so this is going to be for your future stream. We're not going to do this today. But the other thing I want to do is actually get this hosted. So I want to host this application, and I want to do it in a way that is free, because this needs to be this is a completely free thing for the museum. They aren't paying me for this. I'm doing this on a volunteer basis, and I want to make sure that their hosting is free as well. So we already know that Supabase is a free way to host, but I want to host it on Netlify. And you might say, but wait, isn't Netlify for static sites? And I will say generally yes, but it doesn't have to be. So just as kind of an FYI, and I'm going to play around with this a little bit because I really haven't had time to fully finalize this. We cooking with oil. Yeah. Frank. Oh my goodness. Better be careful. We don't want to make any grave errors. But yeah. Mark says free, good for you. Yeah. Well, it's and this is not something. So you should always be paid for your time and your effort, right? If you're doing work for a client, they should be paying you. In this is a very particular case, and I want to be very clear about that. I made a very deliberate choice to do this on a volunteer basis because I personally am invested in this opportunity. I'm already volunteering for the museum, but if you are like employed by a client, experience doesn't pay the bills, right? Experience doesn't buy food. So they should be paying you. Don't take this as an example of like, oh, I should just do things for free for like the exposure. No, that's not the point. The point is, in this particular case, I was already volunteering for the museum and I took this on to do it like as a personal project. But yeah, anyway, so it needs to be a free solution. And I want to host it on Netlify because I'm already familiar with Netlify. And Netlify actually has the the other platform that was it Vercel that shut down recently, or Cyclic, right? Yeah, Cyclic went down. And but no, Netlify is still free. I host my personal website on Netlify for free. Yeah. But Netlify actually now has functions which can allow you to interface with it can allow you to perform operations where you'd normally need a server. So it can allow you to kind of make your application serverless, still hosted on Netlify, and still like interface with a Supabase instance or whatever. So I'm going to try that. And we're going to see how it goes, and it might be an interesting thing to do. Yeah, Heroku was the one that was the big one that 100 devs used to recommend, and I had some stuff hosted there, and then they lost their free tier. So, right, but Salesforce needed a little bit more money for their money pile. So, yeah. Netlify is still free, at least for now. And so I'm going to try to use Netlify functions to migrate the server of my application into kind of these serverless Netlify functions, and then host the entire thing on Netlify and still be able to have it behave exactly like it would do if it had a server. So I'm going to try that. And then if that goes well, I'll probably plan to demonstrate that on a future stream so that if you want to build a full stack application, but still host it on Netlify, theoretically, you can do that, right? You just need to sort of refactor your server into these functions. Yeah, I hope it works too, Copperly. I think it looks really interesting. I think it looks really, I would love that, right? Because everything else I'm doing right now is like, as far as static sites, is all on Netlify. So why would I not just try to make my full stack apps serverless and still have them work, the way I expect in an environment I'm familiar with? So yeah, Netlify, if you want to read about it a little bit, their docs aren't super awesome as far as like explaining exactly how to do this. So I wanted to kind of see if I could do this like prior to today's stream, but I already knew, these streams always go longer than I intend. So I will look at this, see if I can get it working, and then get it hosted actually like live on Netlify and working, and then have that to demonstrate maybe for the next stream, and we can walk through how to migrate a traditional server full stack application into a format that Netlify can actually host for you. Yeah, that would be really cool. I know. I think it sounds really fun and interesting. But there's a crap ton of functions that you can potentially use. And so I'm just going to like go through these docs and see if I can figure it out. As far as I can tell, in the case of a really sort of a standard CRUD application, like what we're doing, where each of the server requests is kind of triggered by a specific action, right? Like the user clicks a button and it fires off a query, right? It's not something that has to happen all the time. I think it should be potentially, and I'm probably going to shoot myself in the foot with this, it potentially is as simple as taking each of those existing controllers in those routes and putting them in each of them inside of one of these functions. And then instead of calling the route, which fires off the controller, I'm going to be calling a URL to that function. So instead of like routing directly to the controller, you essentially kind of get a little bit of a middleman there. You go to the URL with the function, and the function still contains all the same logic. So it'd just be like the same thing except broken out into these individual functions. Yeah, I mean, theoretically, I haven't done it yet, so that's just my understanding so far, is that essentially I just need to add an additional folder to my application where the functions are stored, and then I need to create one file for each of the functions that I want to do. Essentially, it's one file per route, or per controller, I guess specifically. One file per controller, turn those into functions, and then call the function URL from my front end when I want to do that thing. And so it's kind of like taking your server and moving it from a dedicated like server instance to these like Netlify URLs. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm not familiar with it either, but we'll see if it works, and then hopefully I can demonstrate it next time for you. And it might be a useful thing for a lot of you guys who use Netlify quite a bit. Oh yeah, no, we're not wrapping up yet. It's okay. You're fine. So yeah, I think we're pretty much done with the application. It seems to be working. I feel like I'm good for the demo on Wednesday. And this probably isn't, like I was mentioning earlier, this probably isn't the final form of this application. There's probably going to be more features they want to add or things they want to change, but it's fine for now. It does what it's meant to do. And again, minimum viable product for the thing I'm trying to do. And I think this is, good enough for now, definitely. I think there was things I want to add are like images. So I have a map of the cemetery, and it's a very large cemetery. Like there's thousands of people buried there. And so what I'd like to do is add maybe a little like on the homepage when you search for somebody. Nope, nobody died in 2000. I guess do 2001. No, I saw we saw somebody died in 2004. Uh-oh. Oh wait, no, this is the wrong one. This is the one that's actually running right now. That one's not running. Okay. There we go. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, one of the features I want to add is like a clickable thing. So for each record that gets returned, it actually like shows the location of that grave on the map. And so you can click that, and somebody can click that and then like take a picture of it on their phone or whatever, or print it off. And then they can have a little map that tells them exactly where to go. So that's one of the things I'd like to add. But again, that's another feature. Doesn't need to be right away. Just a minimum viable product for now. Okay. So let's pivot to questions like we usually like to do at the end of these streams. So I know there's a question out there about SQL CTE versus subqueries, which I do want to talk about, but I'll answer James' question here. James says, hi, before you go, how do you take notes as you go for something you're doing for the first time that you want to show people later, like screenshots, notes, etc.? It depends on if I'm doing it for work or if I'm doing it for like a stream topic or something like that. Because I do kind of have different processes for both. So if it's something I'm learning for work, if I am doing it for work, I will be documenting like very formally, like in our documentation repository, basically. I'll be, I'll create a new page for it. For the topic, I will be, taking formal notes with paragraphs and, writing things down and adding screenshots in the notes and like documenting the steps as I do them. We actually use OneNote for our documentation, which isn't the best, but it's fine. And so, but it does allow for a lot of formatting and screenshots and things. So I would be doing it in there, and, adding notes very formally as I go. For a personal project, if I'm learning something new, I'm usually like, and this is just the way my brain works, I'm usually like applying it like as I'm learning it. I have to do the physical examples of the thing. I can't just read something and then like regurgitate it I can't just read it and then put it in my brain and fully understand it and then send it back out. I have to actually do it and apply it. And so in those cases, like for these streams, I don't just have like a bunch of like a written script that's like, written out to tell me what to do. I'm looking at code while I'm, teaching a topic on stream, because I will have already coded it out fully, gotten it working as code, and then I use the code as my notes. I sometimes will keep like written like script style notes in like English, but usually it's just having done the code, I kind of have a mental roadmap established, and I'll write comments in the code and stuff like that. But I'm generally reading directly from code that I previously wrote in order to explain how a topic works. If there's something that really tripped me up or something that wasn't intuitive, then I'll write it down as like a comment. But yeah, I will generally just be reading directly from code. Hope that helps a little bit. Holly, want to know the difference between like and I like. I think that, so that's not a concept that I don't think that I think that might be specific to Postgres. And somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I would have to look that up in the docs as far as the difference between like and I like, because I use like quite a bit. I use Oracle SQL at work. And so, like is very common, but yeah, like and I like, I don't remember the difference. I think I looked at it at one point, but yeah, we can look at the docs here and figure out the difference. James says, I end up capturing every command line command. I mean, yeah, you can. If you have a specific sequence that you have to follow, sure. I tend to kind of think in terms of like, yeah, patterns and applications. But I mean, everybody thinks differently, right? All the problems I get along the way. Yeah, totally. Capturing errors can be useful, definitely. It takes me 2 or 3 times longer. Yeah, I mean, as far as capturing everything, I don't know that that's always necessary. If you can create kind of a logical path in your brain as for how to get to point A to point B, then that means you don't necessarily have to have every single step documented, if it's slowing you down, right? If you can create a logical linkage in your head between but in a way that makes sense to you, like, okay, this is exactly how we get from A to B in a logical way, then you don't have to document every step, because it's going to make intuitive sense in your mind how to get there. Yeah. But I have a coworker that writes down absolutely everything for every task that they do, and that's just how their mind works, and that's how they do it. So again, everybody thinks differently. I have ADHD, so I tend to be very like application focused and less like documenting of steps. I'm more of like, okay, but how do I apply this, and what does it look like when I apply it? And that's how that works for my brain. But yeah, everybody has a different process. Oh, Holly, you said like and I like it. Okay, yep. Like and I like is Postgres specific. Cool. Oh, and thank you for the documentation there, Les. Let's look at that. Do. Okay, case insensitive. Yeah, that makes sense. Column matches a ba 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 ba. Shoobity doo. Column matches a, yeah. So yeah, that makes sense to me. So column matches a pattern is just like, And then, because you can see here in this case, it's a wildcard match, but so the response here, the A is going to match on capitalization only. So something with a case insensitive, well, they don't have a good example there, but in this way, case insensitive in any way, it's still going to return Albania because even though this is lowercase, the I like is case insensitive. And so that's right. I'm remembering now. The reason I used I like in that query in my case was because the user might type in a lowercase value for the name, and I didn't want the uppercase to stop them from getting the correct result. Yeah. But thank you for sending that documentation, Les. Well, Holly, I think in this particular case, the reason for the choice was strictly the case insensitive aspect of it for me. But as far as speed, I don't know. In this case, for a small application like this, doesn't really matter here. But for a larger application, those types of things can become important, certainly. Yeah, exactly. If I don't have millions of users, I don't care. Right. But you would care. You may care in some cases as far as the case sensitivity, though. Yeah. So just to be mindful of that. And in Oracle or whatever, it's I don't think I like even exists. Yeah. Not that I knew about it. Yeah, and you can always like you said, you can always cast to lower, cast to upper, if and just do that instead. Mm-hmm. And hopefully, if your data is decently clean, which is not a guarantee, right? Hopefully at some point you're maybe cleaning your data and sanitizing it so it's, things like names are all lowercase anyway, or all uppercase or whatever. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I wasn't familiar with, I or prior to using it here. Because I think, oh yeah, I'm remembering now. This has been like 2 months ago that I built this originally. Because I think I was using like originally because that's what I was familiar with, and I wasn't thinking, and I wasn't getting all the results back that I was expecting when I did some controlled tests, and then I was like, I was looking at the docs and I was like, oh wait, what is the I saw this. I was looking at this definition right here, and then I saw the one below it, and I was like, oh, what's this? And it was I like, yeah. So I just replaced it with that. Yep. All right. So the last question I want to answer here is, um, yeah, each flavor. You're right, Holly. Each flavor of SQL definitely has things that are unique about it, and depending on your use case, it can be that you do switch between flavors for specific reasons, right? I started out with Microsoft SQL, and then on SQL Server, and then moved to Oracle SQL, and then now I do Postgres for these Supabase type projects. So yeah, it's great that you can switch between them pretty easily. I do want to answer this question that was asked earlier from Rex, I believe, maybe, about when should we use subqueries in SQL. So if I'm writing a SQL statement, when should we use a subquery versus a CTE? So as a quick introduction, when you're writing a SQL query, sometimes you might want to, you kind of need to do like a two-step operation. And by that, I mean, sometimes you might need to get back a consolidated set of records, and then you need to run a second query against those consolidated set of records. And you need both of those things to happen in the same transaction. So you might say, well, why can't you just run two separate queries? You can't always do that. Depending on what you're doing, sometimes you need it to both things to happen. Sometimes you need both things to happen in the same transaction, but it's going to take two steps to accomplish it. And so there's a couple different ways you can do that. The first way is, and probably the way that most people are familiar with, is a subquery. And so what that means is you have an inner select statement that's wrapped in an outer select statement. So the inner select statement does something, gets a set of records, and then immediately passes that into the outer select statement, and the outer select statement uses that uses the results from the first one to return its results. So it essentially does one, then the other, and then returns one set of results. So that's one way to do it. The other way to do it is what's called a CTE, or a common table expression. And so a common table expression does something very similar. It allows you to execute a two-step process. So you can get a subset of records first, and then use that subset of records as the basis for a second query, and then return a single set of results. And so the question that was asked earlier is, when should we use one versus the other? And so there's a couple different reasons why you might want to use one versus the other. One of them is readability. So I think CTEs are probably a little bit easier to read sometimes, because if you're nesting a select inside of another select with a subquery, things can get kind of gnarly depending on the complexity of the query. Whereas with a CTE, your inner select is always going to be like at the top of your statement, so it makes sense, it's going to run first, and then the body of your outer statement is down below. So that's just for aesthetic reasons. But CTEs do behave slightly differently. So the difference between a CTE and a subquery structurally is that a subquery executes but does not store the results at all. It's a single operation that happens. The results are immediately passed into the outer select query, and are not retained. So they vanish as soon as they're passed into the outer select. The outer select does what it needs to do and then returns the results. But with a CTE, it's almost like storing the results of the subquery in a variable. So then you can access that variable multiple times if you need to. It creates like a mini temporary table. It creates like a mini temporary table, so you could reference the result of that CTE multiple times in your queries if you needed to. So it retains it for a little while longer. It creates like an actual temporary structure that can be referenced more than once if you need it. So you can access it multiple times. Whereas with a subquery, its scope does not extend beyond the location in which it was originally invoked. So it's kind of like a scope thing, if you want to think about it that way. The scope of a CTE is larger. It can be invoked multiple times. You can store the results, and but then but then in the end, they both still vanish. You can just use a CTE in more times in more places than you could a subquery. And you can always try it both. If it's not going to make a structural difference to you which one you use, you can always try both and see which one executes faster as well. So hopefully that was maybe helpful a little bit as far as when to use which one. But I mean, that is a somewhat advanced topic, so maybe if you're not familiar with SQL, maybe your eyes glazed over. But CTEs do have their own distinct uses. I think there was a question as far as special characters. Yeah, so generally Unicode characters are going to be handled decently well. You might get might get funky if you get into like UTF-16 or 32, but I mean that's probably less likely. Yeah, UTF and its variants are mostly supported. Yeah, it depends. I would say UTF-8 definitely. 16 maybe not as much. We have issues with that at work sometimes. We have a system that's not configured for UTF-16, and then we got people trying to send in, trying to submit homework with like emojis in it, and then the emojis try to come into our system, and it just blows up because it can't handle the 16 characters, right? Because it's expecting an 8 and it gets in 16 and can't handle it. So it just throws out garbage. Yeah, you get things like kanji, you get things like emojis. Those can be more difficult. depending. Right. Holly says that I had a UTF-16 file. I needed to convert it to UTF-8 to use. Yeah. Yeah. I did look at the data that's in. I did look at the data that's in this particular data set for this particular project, because I do know that in my area we do have a pretty significant Asian population in the graveyard. I've seen some of the gravestones that have Chinese characters, Korean characters, that type of thing. And so I was curious to see if those were being stored in the database. But from what I've seen, it looks like the names have been translated into standard English, alphabetical characters. But that doesn't mean that we couldn't eventually get someone wanted to input the name in the traditional, script. And so, yeah, it could be, I would need to test whether or not that would work in here or not, because I don't know. I don't think anybody would try to put in an emoji, but stranger things have happened with, people name their kids some crazy stuff. You never know, get little Bobby Tables or little Susie Smiley Face. All right, any other questions before we wrap up for today? I use 24-hour clock for everything. Personally, I have all my clocks, which is somewhat unusual, I think, for Americans. It's common in Europe, but yeah, I use 24-hour clock. So much less ambiguity. 24 hours. We got 24-hour clock fans in the chat. I love it. Oh, talking about dates, yeah. I do use the American style of date because it's really hard not to if you're, an American. But yeah, all of it, and all that's as Mattel mentioned, all of at work, all of our servers, switches that, yeah, they're all on UTC. Just because again, it reduces the ambiguity. Um, so I have to do a lot of that translation sometimes to figure out what time something actually happened versus what time the server said it happened. Okay, any last questions? Otherwise, we'll wrap her up. This was fun, though. I enjoyed this. And I'm also glad that, honestly, that everything seemed to work in my streaming setup. Seemed like, yeah, audio was okay for the most part. I might adjust volume levels a little bit on some things, but was the intro music and the break music an okay volume? Too loud, too soft? Versus my voice? Was good? Seems better. Yeah, I did do some deep dives and tweak a lot of values. So stream, yeah, it was a stream. Yeah, it was well spent. Yeah, no, I spent like a lot of time just messing with levels, and I do think I made some improvements. So hopefully, yeah, good. Okay, but it's hard to tell when you're trying to listen on your end versus someone who's actually viewing the content. Okay, thanks. I appreciate the feedback. Frankly says, when I die, I want my remains spread in Disney World. Also, I do not want to be cremated. Hey, you do you, my friend. As long as you get permission, I guess. Don't just be like sprinkling yourself around, wherever. Wherever you spread them out, get permission to do it. In 4,000, yeah. When you die in the year 4,000. If man is still alive. No worries, Les. It's good to have you here. All right, let's find someone to raid, shall we? I legitimately went into today's stream being like, oh, it's just a little thing. We'll just be, I want to do a short one today. It'll be like 2 hours max. I can't do it if I try. Like, physically not possible. I am incapable of doing a stream that's less than 3 hours. I've determined. No worries, James. Physically, yeah, it's stream scope. I just physically cannot do it. Oh boy. Sorry, 1 second. I'm getting there. What is going? Yeah, whatever. Needs that warm up first hour. Yeah. I like to ease into it. Alrighty, almost there. No worries, Holly. It's good to have you here. Oh my goodness, y'all. I am 7 followers away from 10,000 followers. That's wild, guys. I'm sure I'll have that by the next time I go live. 7 followers away from 10,000 followers. Insane. Insane. And normally I don't even look at that. I just happen to see the number. Hype indeed. Okay. So, got the raid screen up finally. Ooh, we got Time Enjoyed. Oh my goodness. Let's go say hi to them, shall we? They're doing Postgres too, so perfect. How about Time Enjoyed? Maurice Mattel, thank you. Good to have you here. Yeah, let's hit up Time Enjoyed. They're always fun. They got birds. They're doing Postgres. Let's rock and roll. All right. I'm going to drop off. I'm really hungry, but I am. Tell them hi for me. And raid is starting now. Oh, thank you, Interplanet. 2, 1, and raiding now. Let's go.